Hmm. There, that should be fixed. Can you hear me now? I hope so. I'm wondering if the audio came through for the intro. I'm hoping so. I didn't see any comments, so if you could just tell me you hear me now, I'll breathe. Tech is really giving me a hard time this week. I'll tell you, but mm, I'm going to manage. I'm going to manage anyway. Well, I hope you're all having a good day. Hi, Halko and Sandy, and Brilliant and T King, Anna. Always grateful. Thank you. Mm. Thank you always. Yeah, I'm hoping it is. It was off when I first came in. Oh, there you go. Good morning, Jean. Hmm. Alice, it's nice to see you too. Thanks for the coffee always. We're going to need some. Hope you're all ready because this morning I do believe we're going to have cross of Megan Fletcher first thing. And they didn't want that evidence to come in. They didn't want her testimony to come in. So I can imagine the pushback's going to be a bit, you know, and we're going to see, how they're going to try to take that evidence away. Well, we had very interesting conversations when we left yesterday, and it was all about gunshot residue, or rather, gunshot residue particles. Well, the very, very, very smallest part of it, you know. Isn't that what it was? Yeah. Well, yeah. Forgive me. That was Emily Baker telling me when she's going on stream. Not telling me personally, but telling me through her through her chain of her message chain for everyone. Mm. I know some coffee I need like a 55-gallon drum. Yes. And put 2 straws in that one, please, Chin, because it's very early. And if for you it's like 6:30 in the morning, good morning for you. I hope everybody got a good rest, but gunshot residue, that's all I've been thinking about since yesterday. Just what does it actually mean? Macon Fletcher testified that there was enough gunshot residue on the raincoat, aka not tarp, that she believes that anyone wearing it inside out could have discharged a weapon, and or she, anyone could have carried weapons that have recently been shot in it. There was that much. She was very happy. She likes her job. She likes finding gunshot residue particles. And that item had her in her glory as far as spotting it. So, you know, I revel in her geekness. She really loves her job. And I think that's great. Yeah, I'm gonna put that one up, right? Yes, well, there was. After prosecution handled it, it's now all over the lawyers and everywhere else. And it's going to stay there until they actively remove it. He had his hands on it everywhere. He was giving it a whole tour of the courtroom. It was so frustrating. And no gloves. I mean, mm, I'm not really pleased with him watching all of that. That was quite concerning, actually. Oh, I don't know. I know that he can't really hurt the evidence that much now, but still, have a little deference for the process there. They all have to be so careful, Everybody's trying to make sure it's safe. And what if there's a retrial? Like, what if something happens and there's a mistrial? What if, like, in the retrial they want to before that they want to test everything again? Like, is there? Okay. I look forward to that, Marillion. Are we going to be showcasing not tarp, not tarp? Is it the Blue Things War? It could be quite interesting. Mm. Oh, yeah. Mm. I have to go look. Just so you all know, if you do message anything on Discord, let me know, or Twitter, because what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to try to keep the load on everything really, really light today to make sure we don't have any issues like yesterday. I can't guarantee that it will be perfect, but I am hoping it's going to be much better than it's been. Um, Yesterday was a rough one as far as tech goes, and I do appreciate all of you that hung out with me through it. Um, these things streaming, as easy as it is to just get on here with it with some kind of streaming service and go, it doesn't always go as smooth as we would all like. There are things just totally out of our control. And for someone like me, I think I'm a little bit OCD about these kind of things. That could be very, very, very frustrating. But combined with how long the streams are, the feeds from other sources, it can be rough. It can definitely take up resources, take up time. You know, well, not only just the time. I don't mean just the time. I mean the resources, time on the actual systems themselves. You know, I don't mean my time. Me, I'm glad to be here. This is something I want to do. I'm not going to complain about it. I actually want to do this. Yeah. Hmm. Well, so I'm sending out links now to those of you that want to join during the breaks, and or at lunch, and I think at the end of the day, if anybody has anything that wants to say to come up, I may drop a link for you because I mean, you guys enjoy talking about all of this as much as I do, and it's just like a everyday kind of thing. Everyday people just talking about this real crazy kind of case. I mean, we're not lawyers, we're just people who like it, right? We like the law, we like I like the whole process in the courtroom, you know. Um so why not, right? There's many, I enjoy having Beck up here. Hopefully we'll see Beck. Anyone who would like to join, that's fine with me. Mandy comes up occasionally. Kim has come up before. Um, if you're a murder minion, you always have a standing invite should you choose to want to voice your opinions about some of this stuff. I'm all for it. Hi, Sheil. Hey, Jingo J. Nice to see you. Oh, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Facty, nice to see you. And Tony, nice to see you too. Thanks for joining, guys. Mm. Let's hope everything goes smooth, smooth, smooth today. Mm. And we got one more minute before they come up. Mm. Mm. I, yep, always says, let me just pull that up here. Always said, due to the length of time and how everything was sampled previously, it would be difficult to get viable samples again. This I realize, um, This I realized because of because of the type of testing that was done. I just meant for anything, you know what I mean? Like I realized, it's just for me, the idea of him, it just seems so disrespectful. I know I'm probably being a little nutty about it. Mm. But I did enjoy how she was speaking about her job, how much she loves it, the training, everything involved. It was good. People should be that happy in what they have to do, you know. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Well, I hope you are. What are you guys looking forward to today? I mean, after Megan Fletcher, I mean, we still have quite a bit of 404B evidence to bring in, so we should be hearing from Chris Wilson again, his best friend that they didn't want to testify. We did hear from the CPA, and I thought that went well. I thought with that one, Creighton Waters was asking more direct questions to her to lay out the process as to why this was so bad with the jury. I mean, taking the time to explain the difference between a real forge account and a not forge, and what forge actually did, why it was so easy to hide it because of the kind of company that he was using to, let's just say, launder the money or not. Um hmm, was very good. That was very good back and forth. You know, Mark Tinsley still needs to come back. You think he'll be just as sharp with Philip Barber? You think they'll let Philip Barber cross him again? That would be interesting. It was pretty good, you know. Oh, good morning, Chill. And good morning, Steffi. If you can hear me, I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for saying good morning. Yeah. It's good to see you too, Chill. Oh. T King says, you're right with me. Like I you know what, T King, I can relate. I'm excited for today. I like seeing witnesses cause attorneys to kick themselves. Yeah, I do like to see them keeping them on their toes, you know, I really do. Like Jamie Hall, every time the cross tried to get her to step outside of her box or try to lean somewhere she shouldn't be going, she was very confident in what her responsibilities were. And she was a very well prepared witness. Whenever they tried to say anything, and she'd say, "But that's not my level of expertise, or that's not what I do as a job. You need to ask so and so, or you need to go there." They couldn't trip her up, is what I mean. You know, um, it's the job of the defense to give the pushback to protect the client. I get that, you know, but everybody kind of takes a little offense to it when it goes too much, you know. And so to see the witnesses be very well prepared in what they want to put forward and what they will or will not speak on as either experts or testifiers, you know, just even as regular SLED agents, you know, staying in that room and not speculating, you know. Mm. I do agree there should be more respect in handling the evidence. At least have a specified court clerk trained in how to handle evidence be the one along with the witness to present. I get that. I get that. You know, someone that's going to show it some deference, right? You know, be respectful. That's right. You just drive, Sheila, if you're driving. You know, I just read your comment that you're driving, so yup. Be safe. I hope you can hear me, and that's just fine. Thank you for being here. You don't have to type at all. And so, you know, in regards to this trial, too, now we're hearing the 404B, Rule 404B testimony, which is coming in, you know, as to motive, so to speak, or rather, Alex Murdaugh's matter. Oops, and don't forget-
Good morning. Ready for the jury?
State's ready. Defense is ready.
And bring the jury.
He's bringing the jury, and then he muted. Well, I was going to ask you how the sound was with the feed. Well, to me, so far, looks good. Hey, Mae. Okay. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Mm. Look at that packed room. Everybody here so in the morning. Thank you, Virillion. Look at how many people are there. Do I see Buster? It's hard to tell. Is that him? No. Actually, I don't think I do. I'm hoping it's going to be a good morning. It's starting out. I have not yet, Facty, seen that chapter's episode yet on the issue, but I do have it bookmarked, and I do like that chapter a lot. It's one of my favorite channels. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Tina. Oh, the defense looks a little tense this morning. No coffee yet. Nope, I don't see Buster either always, you know. Well, we did have a jury member in the ER yesterday. One of the alternates was in the ER. I think we've lost a jury member. One of the alternates, not one who seated yet. And they did state, Judge Newman did tell us at the end of the day that the jury person that was saying they could not stay past the 3 week has reconsidered and will stay as long as necessary and do their best to. I think Purple Lady is still there, Tony, on the other side. Let me see what she's wearing when they show us again. She's with the media, I believe. It's funny, we all call her Purple Lady based on the first thing she wore. Because she hasn't worn purple since. Yeah. Okay, I'm muting. Good morning, Anna. Thanks for the coffee. There's a lot of noise coming from that courtroom.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Day number 13, cross-examination. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher is fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay,
I'm a forensic scientist.
right. Okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points. But you pretty much, you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony. So they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah. So the gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet per se.
Okay.
When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Miller held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that. Yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes. And did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up in the wet and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
In any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the lifts, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes,
Yes.
and there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm?
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
And you stand by that here today.
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You you did lifts, you and Ms. Hall or Agent Hall did lifts of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we
I see,
collected.
I see. So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections
I see.
and collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate,
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alex Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime, at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got, after shooting, he got in the vehicle that has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, I could have deposited 1 particle on the buckle and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him and they could hit the buckle and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of a blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Or when it got there,
or when it got there.
or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if if bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, there would be
Not objection. What's he saying?
bow whoop, BOWHOOP, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant. It's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles on there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Almeida, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry.
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so do you remember what you did with the blue tarp? You put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there'd been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue. So no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box. Yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were showing photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced in evidence. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it, now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. So Doug, if you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You tell the jury what size this rain jacket is.
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Cocatat?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Can you take that down, please? One second, Your Honor, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about the 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to. Okay, well, I'll talk louder, sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
Yeah. And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm had come in contact with the rain jacket, and you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
What is it? I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living, and then you're examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if his father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck. Would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right. You're very technical and precise. Okay. But if you were carrying it and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment.
Go ahead.
And it is a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number.
Yes, sir.
Further examination.
Very, very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
The only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fired gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Annette Griswold.
We'll have a seat on the witness stand.
My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would, just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alex Murdaugh,
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED.
And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alex Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner in that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's 2 of us that worked for Ellick. I've been with him, like I said, the 9 years. And then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Ellick had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those. And then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Ellick as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you were started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know that I'm aware of. And then it goes to Ellick, and he makes any changes he needs to. And then he would sign, once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
And that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was he's always been hard to sit still and answers from. And and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign, but it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost. It seemed like, and he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in and it was just like yell our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies." We have no idea. He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge. And me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, I would, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting. And he would say, "No, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge." And I was like, "Well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting?" And he told me that he described it to me. He said, "Think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it." So he said, Forge Consulting is the big name. And then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge.
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting. Lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, "Hey, you wrote this Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forged." And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting, because he was our contact. And he would say, "No, I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner." He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files, "Alex took check to hand deliver," because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks, because he was, a little aloof sometimes, and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost, and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be.
That's correct. Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alex was.
All right. When you're talking about the defendant or Alex Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, "I'm going to see Gunn. I'm meeting him halfway. We're going hunting," things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct.
Not the fake Forge.
Not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would, please.
I was currently working from home. I had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planning to come back to the office the following Monday. And on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was like, I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening. And I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alex, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out, because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before. So now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense
Yes, it did.
on its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand up. We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence of State 29, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter?
Because work that he gave, so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as it related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from accounts payable called me, and I said, what's going on? And she said, well, I've got another one. And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore. And she had sent it over, and once again, it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. She was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this. And I said, I do too. And so kind of the same scenarios before, I reached out to Alex, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario, as you can see on here. The $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's the
about?
Hirschberger one. And on the Thomas More one,
We'll
it
get
was-
there in a second. But When
okay.
you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still on Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that?
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm gonna. Show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. I'll just take a flip through it, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office. It's almost 5:00 in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement. Alex signs it. They send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury, where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it. And not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at, 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion, just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct?
Correct.
To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, that where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did. What we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 2021.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well. And then Chris reached out to our firm. And so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorneys?
Chris Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes,
Expenses?
yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Elliot wanted me to send him the totals by email. And so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in roughly?
In May.
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
Correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client. And I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
Right. And you're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicky Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, hey girl, I got these expense checks in. When can I expect the attorney fee checks? And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, hey friend, you know, the attorney's got that money at disbursement. And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when you, when Vicky says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you know, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Elliot the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that to Vicky? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my
I said,
boss?
why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put states 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked date stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed. Duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
right.
so I verified that. And then I asked Vicky, I said, are you positive? And she said, yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth. And I'm like, he said he didn't get them. Are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand, you say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard, they were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
They were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm. And then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just kind of like, just shooing me out of his office. Like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And She said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple of days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, you know, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, you know, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. You know, what is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes, I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seconder and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, excuse me, on high alert as well, because, you know, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, you know, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself, and, you know, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, you know, at this point, we want to prove that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she forwarded me an email, and
I'm still on states 312. What's been date stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
it is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
And what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicky Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this, follow the strand on June 8th and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicky Lyman in Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, you know, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up. And, you know, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
Is that item already in evidence?
I We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just if, without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicky Lyman.
And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
Is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention it, anything.
Hold on, just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move stage 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document. I sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicky on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over this situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicky had talked on the phone. Vicky had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got like really worried for me. And my daughter said, Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume, because once you turn all this in, they may fire you.
All
So
right,
she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alex about the Ferris e-checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day. And so she asked me to let her know when he got into the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did. And we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alex's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, I hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alex's doors closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
Don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I turned, Jeannie had everything and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually went home?
Yes.
Just a normal night?
Yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, definitely. My phone was on silence and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls I woke up in the middle of the night and my phone was just full, and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail, and I could tell he was upset and crying. And he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night, and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously. And I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette. It's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed. And he said, no, it's not Dad. It's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other. And obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alex? How is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? Is this something aimed at the entire family? And I was very, very worried about Alex and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. We're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, aimed at Alex? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process. And at the same time, we were very protective over Alex and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody. And we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alex and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in
Oh,
the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it and get it out the door. We're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, we were supportive. And then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? Because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, her family is, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job. This was my family. And I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alex's aid, correct?
Absolutely. Everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, Alex talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file. And when I found it, I picked it up. And when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it, and I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and at the bottom it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
So what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds. He lied to me. Oh, that feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit, and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you stage 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir. That's the check that I found on September 2nd.
Right. And if you flick up one side and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I
You
did.
saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. I was hurt. I was angry. I just was beside myself. And I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of. But here it is from March to September, and I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her. And she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the Ferris checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check. But when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday. And she said, one of the attorneys is going to call Michael Gunn later today. And I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas Moore, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. but I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months, months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything. And lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that were gone through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review. Is that
Of
correct?
course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those, a lot of those disbursements, one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm going to see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, this text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th, when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection and subject to the court prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit. I don't.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, we're on break. Brief break, which we never know how long that will be. But it appears that they've got to discuss this issue again. We knew that this was going to go back and forth a lot because of the type of testimony that it is. It's very prejudicial. When they're talking about the prior crimes, we're talking about how he stole all that money. Alex Murdaugh stole all this money from so many different people, from clients, from partners, from family, from friends. I don't know. 403 is another part of prejudicial testimony that they keep objecting on, but it was also addressed with the 404B. Sandy, it is kind of hard to keep the two apart, but if it helps any, there is a link below that I did put on the 404 rulings, and also I think it mentioned 403 in there.
Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. This, it's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, which is this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters?
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and then there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and sent an email, and just want to be clear from the defense, the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So have you all review the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise an additional character issue, ask that the court, we ask that the court give, additional limiting instruction at some point in time about this.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Certainly he says, I'm getting better every day, and I mean, it's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean, that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is, when we talk about 404 and res gestae, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe it was September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least, with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has has the effect of undoing the 404 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
From the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of that the court has already ruled on.
I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony.
Okay, so we're going to take another break now, because, this is an issue. You may recall that several witnesses have already mentioned his pill taking, his erratic behavior. Jenny Secklinger, first of all, Chris Wilson, his best friend. People have made note of it. It's in the transcripts already with other witnesses. Why they're upset about it being mentioned now, that there's actually tangible because the email came while he was doing rehab, I don't know. They're trying to walk it back. I do believe the prosecution has been very respectful on this issue. They haven't hammered it home. When it was mentioned by other witnesses, they did not dwell on it. They didn't make a big deal. They're being quite respectful, but it is part of state of mind. It is something that's known in other cases. They're bringing in past acts, and this has to do with the side of the road incident, and because there's a motion on the floor to withhold all of that testimony. Hello, Granny. How are you? Can you hear me okay? Granny? Oh, I see. Okay. One moment. All right. So, I'm so curious as to how this is going to come through. But I can't wait to ask Granny about it, because that's just her field, no mine. I'm sure she has a lot to say. Well, it is curious because it's already mentioned they're being kind of very respectful about it, in my opinion. It is part of his state of mind, a motive. They're pushing it so much that it is actually that they do believe that it's actually part of the motive, part of why his state of mind was so erratic that he could get there. It has to do with state of mind and malice. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. What do you think about this issue on the floor right now? I know that there's been motions to keep this side of the road incident where Curtis Smith, who was his partner in drugs, was paid to shoot him in the head. There's already a motion to keep that out, and it hasn't been heard officially yet. He hasn't weighed in, Judge Newman, on the opinion that I heard. Do you think this has to do with it because they're mentioning the rehab? Because, they've mentioned the pills before in the testimony several times. It's weird.
Okay, but have they mentioned the shooting portion of it?
No, they have
Okay.
not. And they didn't now either. They're
Uh-huh.
it's an email that mentions the rehab, that he was doing better. And
Okay.
it's voluntarily part of the evidence. It's been in the evidence all along, but they don't want it shown now. And I'm like,
Yeah, I would really have to see what's in the email to know what it is they're objecting to.
yeah, they want it redacted that he says he's doing better now that he's there in the rehab. That
Okay.
particular statement is in this email that proves that he was talking about hiding the money. It has much greater value on the other ends. They've been skirting the pill issue all along. Other witnesses have mentioned it, and the prosecution did not go home on it, and like ask a million questions. They just let it in, and defense never objected.
I don't see how they could keep this out.
They
Anything that
can't.
he says is going
Mhm.
to be fair game.
That's it. The point is the email came from him. And regardless of
Right,
where it came from,
exactly.
that's it. I was hoping that's what you said. That's what I was, I was like, isn't that the final crust of it? The actual fine point of it. Yeah. What Liam says, they should be using his drug use as a way of explaining away strange behavior around the time of the murders. That would be something the prosecution could do, but that's one thing even the defense could use, actually, don't you think, Granny? Like to say that, some of his odd things that he was doing could have just been because he is an admitted drug addict at the time. He's the one that came out with that information.
Uh, they could use it to explain his erratic behavior. However, it's not going to help them. Most people do not look favorably on people on drugs.
Yeah.
And being on drugs isn't an excuse for erratic behavior or any kind of behavior, as long as you voluntarily took the drugs. If you can show that the drugs were forced on you involuntarily, then it's
hmm
a good defense. But as
mm
long as you voluntarily took the drugs, which he did,
hmm
it's going to reflect poorly on him. So I can see why the defense would want to
hmm
keep it out.
Yeah, and I think that's why they're pulling 403 as extreme prejudicial because of it, because it goes, like you said, right to character, right? That's what you're meaning by it goes right to the heart of his character. But then again, he's in rehab. Doesn't that speak for something that he's trying to do the right thing and get better? So
It does, but I think the damage it causes is worse, is greater than what it harms,
mhm.
the help of him wanting to help himself.
Yeah, and I think that's why the defense is actually jumping so much on this one. I'm keeping the stream up because these breaks, we never know how long they're going to be. They
Yeah.
could be 5, it could be 15, it could be 20. I'm so glad you came up because this is a matter of law. I love these actual when they do these breaks. I wish we could actually hear more of what they're discussing. I'm very happy the judge actually explains it when he gets back and tells us what they were doing and where
Mhm.
he's at with it when he can.
Mhm.
That's always good. But they did
Mhm.
kind of lay out their arguments beforehand. And do you think the prosecution has a fair point to say this has already been mentioned throughout the testimony?
Oh yeah,
Like we're not going
definitely.
there as an issue.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not new evidence.
Mm-mm. And that's what makes me wonder, the more they object, the more they of course as soon as they objected, the jury heard it. Okay.
Mhm.
So they know there's an issue. They kind of can figure what they're arguing about, even though they don't get to hear the arguments. Okay. So doesn't that make it look like, okay, why do they want to keep it out so much? Like we already know. They already said he was on pills. They already said this. You're allowed to take the other testimony into consideration. You don't need documented proof. You just know people were saying Alex admitted to us he had a pill problem and he was acting, erratic.
Yeah, the the idea is that anything that is objected to, if the judge sustains the objection, the jury is not to consider that or consider
Mhm,
what the objection is or why it can. But reality is that as humans, we're always very curious. We want to
mhm,
know what was the objection, what was this that we weren't allowed to see.
mhm.
Why was it we weren't allowed to see this? So it is going to be in the jurors' minds. They are going to think about it, although technically they aren't supposed to. But if the judge overrules the objection, then they're going to see it anyway. It's not going to make any difference.
Right. Exactly. And what about if he overrules this, what about the prior testimonies? Like, are they going to be told to ignore all references to pills? But they already
Okay,
know
if
it. They've already heard
if
it.
he overrules the objection, then the testimony is going to come in.
Yeah, it is. Just what they're talking about is that one email. But what about all the prior testimony about this?
Well,
They've already heard that.
why would him letting this in cause them to discount
No,
something that
no.
was in
If he
before?
doesn't let it in, if he
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
let
but
it in, yeah,
you said if he overrules, which you mean is if he
yeah.
sustains.
If
Okay.
he sustains, right?
If he sustains the objection, no, they're not going to go back and delete anything from the record. That
Mhm.
is never done.
So they already
If
have the information that
right.
he had a problem.
There
So
has to be something else on him besides that particular issue that's in this email that they're objecting to.
basically it proves that he was trying to cover up what he did actively. It shows him actively admitting certain things and lying about other things. That is
Okay.
true. It's
Mhm.
actually written correspondence from him admitting his deeds. He's coming clean
Mhm.
about things with certain people.
Mm.
Until you can't really walk that one back. Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Mhm. Mm.
How many more
When-
witnesses do we have to go for the prosecution is done?
Well, today was number 37. Okay.
Okay.
And there are 255 people on the list, but I don't think we're going to hear from them all. But I
No,
could tell you there's at least 5 more, I think, in regards to the 404B testimony. We still have to hear from the friend again, Chris Wilson, in front of the jury. Now, we've heard this all before without the jury. We had the privilege of watching it while it was in camera with the judge. But now it's going to be
nice.
represented. So it's only 2 of those people have been represented already. There was his ex-partner,
Mhm.
Crosby, and then also, of course, the CPA, Jenny Seckinger, who kind of nailed him on what was done. But the big one is his former best friend, Chris Wilson, who had his own law firm, and that's where the money was going back and forth, and who eventually had to admit that he was actually stealing from him too by using him as a cover and stuff.
Mm.
And that testimony was important because he was actually talking to him on June 7th. Part of his alibi is that he was talking with Chris Wilson that day.
Wow.
So So to me, I want to hear what those conversations were like on the day, if they're going to be using it for state of mind, you know.
I can imagine that those conversations may have been the straw that broke the camel's back that triggered him into doing what he did.
Mm. Yeah, there is so many other cases in regards to Alex Murdaugh right now. The fact that Creighton Waters knows so much about all of these different cases is like astounding. Not only the settled ones, but like I was looking at a case, just a listing of them the other day. It's monumental, civil and state. The state has so many other charges out against him alone,
Mhm.
open cases. And then the civil cases, there's got to be like 20, 25. There's a lot. Everybody is coming at him for money and his misdeeds.
Mhm. The one thing that I'm confused about is once it became clear that people were starting to catch on, why didn't he take all of the money and run at that point? Or
And-
had he used all the money for something?
well, here's the thing, like the partners knew June 7th, right? Like
Mhm.
his access to money was dwindling like immediately.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, but I'm thinking even earlier than that. Once you know, the woman that testified yesterday, when she started getting suspicious
hmm
and he realized she was getting suspicious, that's when he should have cut and run.
The first time she spoke to him about, I know what's going on here now. You need to start, like, we have to start documenting what you did with the money because we have to record it.
Exactly.
That was June 7th, the day of the murder. So,
Oh,
okay, that
okay.
meeting
Okay.
happened that morning. It didn't go into great detail because on the same time, his father was dying and he got a phone call in the middle of
Mhm.
their discussion. He knew she was suspicious of him. He knew she had documentation because she specifically mentioned the case and the amount, the $792,000. with this particular case, like, and we need to document it. If you got the money directly, we need to recategorize it through the partnership to do the whatever. So he knew gig was up, but
Mhm.
he didn't know the extent. He knows only one piece of it. But here's the thing, being the perpetrator, he obviously knows the extent of everything else he did and
Right.
what's
Right.
coming down the line. And I think that's how Waters is trying to present the case, but it's not coming off that way. Like, he needs to say that was the tip of the iceberg, but being the person who did it all, you know what's coming, and that's like,
Mhm.
because they're all saying, well, all they knew is that the firm was a little upset with them at the morning. Everything else happened afterwards. Well, you have to remember the person that did all of this, they know everything that they've done. They know what could get exposed at any time. You
Mhm.
know,
Mhm.
so that's what he's trying to build up. At least that's how I'm looking at it. But is it enough? I mean, this is family. You know, I can't. Do you see them presenting the benefit of these murders to Alex Murdaugh? I don't.
My first question is, were there any life insurance policies on them?
There has been no testimony of life insurance
Not
policies.
yet.
No, but it's been repeatedly asked, and they say no. And part of the
Okay.
defense's opening statements and peppered throughout has been, but
Mhm.
there's no life insurance policies, right? So,
Okay.
you know,
There
uh,
is another reason why, yes, I'd say very definite benefit to him getting rid of the family. And that is him not being able to live with how they're going to feel about him after this.
that's what I was saying yesterday. The shame of it, an
Mhm.
just old fashioned dignity, right? The shame of
Mhm.
the family, how the people you love the most are going to look at you afterwards. And
Mhm.
granted, they said that Paul was his favorite. They had a great
Mhm.
relationship. He's being indicted. Alex is going to have to testify. Alex is the one who went down there and tried to help the kids out, you know,
Yeah, another
spoke with
possibility,
officials. Hmm.
he may have felt like he was sparing them all the legal troubles that he knew he was about to go through. Since he
This,
knows he's about to be, charged with all these crimes, he
mhm.
may if he was dead, his family would have, even though they're not, you know, they're going to come after his estate for all of the money. His family's going to be
Exactly. They're
financially
going to lose
ruined.
everything.
Right.
Hmm.
And he
Right.
may have felt like he was sparing them that.
Hmm. This is something I'm looking forward to talking with Luke about on the weekend. How
Mm.
families get to this, how someone could murder their family based on that kind of outlook. Because we're all having a hard time getting there because It's obviously he loved Paul. There's
Mhm.
really, as much as there are rumors about something going on between Maggie and Alex at the time, perhaps divorce. For all other purposes of testimony, everybody says it's a loving relationship. Nobody's ever seen a thing. So, where can you go with that? You don't have anything. It just looks like, how do you cross that line? You know, oh,
It's easy to. It really is. All humans are capable of explosive anger, and he's obviously been pushed into a corner already.
mhm,
And there's any number of things that could have set off the fuse. Possibly his wife got wind of what happened and said something, and maybe Paul was in the room and heard it.
mhm,
Um, that could have been enough to set him off.
hmm.
We'll never know
Oh,
that.
you
That
would,
that kind of
yeah.
thing. There's just no
Unless
way
he
to ever
tells
know.
us, what happened
Well,
at
the
grief.
chances of him ever testifying on his own behalf are about
Yeah.
zero.
It's a murder trial. Yeah. The
Right.
the defense would be shackling him back. They're like, no way, dude. No, no. It does not go well. It open,
That's right.
right? I mean, what can you say for yourself? In especially the kind of testimony we're hearing, it would only make matters worse for him.
Exactly.
You know. Um, how do you feel like, being in law, your opinion on how the prosecution is laying this out? I don't see it being stitched together very well for the jury. What have you seen so
That's
far?
normal. That's completely normal because you're not allowed
Mhm,
to make arguments during testimony. And
mhm,
so you try to, as much as you can, put each piece of evidence in order so that it starts to paint a picture. But you can't say anything to tie them together, not until you get to closing statements. So you want to lay out as much as you can so that the jury can make those inferences themselves, but you cannot. It is not allowed to help them until you get to the end. That's what
Mhm.
closing statements are for. And I imagine that the prosecution's summation is going to be lengthy in linking all of this together and putting the whole story together.
Yeah, I think so. His opening statement pretty much laid out exactly what we're seeing, except for the financial crimes, because they weren't allowed to speak of them at that point. But he basically talked about everything we've seen so far, including the last witness about the particles, the gunshot residue that they found.
Mhm.
He mentioned everything so far, the cell phone data, all of it that's coming in. He pretty much laid out what we would see. What it's so confusing, especially the cell phone data. Did you hear most of that testimony? I mean, you could have took a nap. It was so there was
No,
no
I
big
did.
moment. Yeah.
What was the cell phone data?
Well, the cell phone data was quite a long amount of testimony in regards to all of the records, comparing all three of the phones. It
The
basically,
locations of the phones?
yes, the locations of the phones and everything that was on the phones, activity on
Mhm.
the phones. They
Mm.
proved habits of everybody in how they
Hmm.
answered their phones right away, everything by listing all the data for days. Okay. Then they showed that within moments of each other, Paul and Maggie's phones both went silent from human interaction, so to speak. It doesn't mean the
Mhm.
phone wasn't active. The phone lost orientation, the phone was moved, the phone tried to open several times,
Yeah, I
but
did hear some of that.
there was no more answering of text, answering of
Mhm.
calls, even looking at things. 2
Mhm.
minutes before that, they were answering things within seconds. Okay.
Mhm. Which
Then
tells you
mhm,
this happened very suddenly.
that's it. And it
He didn't
happened.
pull out
Yeah.
a gun and threaten them and say, "Move over there," or go,
Mm-mm.
this
Nope.
happened very suddenly.
Okay. They're back. He's back. You can stay up if you'd like in case he breaks again.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Or you could put me backstage so that you can put it full screen.
To this exhibit number 441, I find that it is admissible under Rule 801 by a party opponent. However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, and it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes. Now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story. And we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
That motion is denied.
Thank you.
But the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? You says it's part of the res gestae. It may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request that whenever we get in these 404B witness testimony, that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
Well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury.
So what do you think about 801? What do you think about it being gone?
I was just trying to type my answer that they now have grounds for appeal. So if he's convicted, they're going to appeal based on this. I don't know that it's a winnable appeal, but it does give them grounds for an appeal.
Yeah, I've noticed that with this judge, he's walking the line there, especially with 404B. He's done it before. He walks that line. He's trying to be fair to both sides, but it does make it very risky for appeal.
Yeah, he's trying to make the trial flow better too. You know, if he has to give a limiting instruction at every witness that comes in that talks about this, it really disrupts the flow of the trial. And when there's so many witnesses and it's going to take so long, I see his point. But on the other hand, the real big if is, would the appellate court agree that this testimony should not have been in? If that's the case, then yeah, we're going to end up with a retrial. But
I would think
if the appellate court agrees that this testimony does belong in, then they're also going to say that no, there should not have been a limiting instruction.
No, exactly. And I wonder, a case of this size, with it all being circumstantial evidence, basically no murder weapon, nothing that ties him directly to those to the bodies. Okay, I would think there's good grounds for appeal anyway as they go through. They're going to find plenty of reasons, I think, not just on the judge's rulings, but they've been hitting on everything they can with the actual investigation and all of it. So I'm sure they would try.
Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
There we go.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off, states 441 now admitted into evidence. This was a text you received from the defendant. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th.
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text of that text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
I want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence as States 297. Let me have this input, please.
Get back.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Ellis.
and how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Can I have the Elmo one more time, please?
I'm sorry.
Going back to states 441. Can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him,
I did.
and you've been working, you worked with him for
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second left. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because your father was ill,
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
and then so you moved your family back, you and your husband, and
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
and you got a job working at the law firm. And did you work exclusively for Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Elliot was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alex?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes,
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. Isn't that right?
Yes, he did.
And you didn't miss a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and yeah, for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day,
He would.
and he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay, and but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming, and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life, family first. Is that
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And, and you got to know Maggie?
I
you know?
did. Yes, sir.
And she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. It was Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alex going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a
And then-
long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed, because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alan wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips.
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but, you know, I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he lived with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call?
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't they?
They did.
And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstatter?
I didn't meet him until, we had Mr. Randolph he got the, what
Order
was
the
it?
Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
The, and if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, I mean, he'd walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. Yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her I'd call her back. He'd
No,
take the call.
he never put off calls with his family. He always talked to them.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph murder,
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad,
Yes, sir.
because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home and hospice may be involved. And so obviously we were all expecting awful news.
And he, in fact, did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too. Yes, sir.
And after that, you said that, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's
And we
what,
rallied around each other because we were scared. We were worried.
right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, be careful with comings and going, and that was kind of scary, I'm thinking.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it was became like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alex Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
There were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alex Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alec on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards, he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy, Annette, and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, and you had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents.
Yeah, he would tell me that he had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-laws and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster, with Maggie's parents.
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, to Lake Huey or something. Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle.
Yes, sir. I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family or, he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know. Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Setter, and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her, and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter after you turned it over to Jeannie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in Alex's office one day looking for a file, and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else. So when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot, and your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that.
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong, and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen, and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in, because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on, and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together, and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom, with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir, nothing happened to my job.
It's Alex who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in the evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alex, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy.
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 PM in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alec was in rehab?
Yes, sir, as far as I know, he was.
And I want you to read this, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay.
please.
Sure. Hey, it's Ellis. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said in response to defense counsel's question that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021 when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Gunn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage.
Just that microphone, just your seat. You can state your name again and spell your last name, please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled Gunn.
Morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
All right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money. You'd just be stuffing it in an envelope.
We'd be a
and
mail
sending it on.
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer
No problem.
thereafter.
Yep.
So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of these awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's very, very similar process. It's then a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they receive the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
Constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year. And then, am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket, it appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, 20, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys.
And what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly. Never met a stranger. Just a generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did, as generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you two to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just, things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over-under around 15.
15?
Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams Price on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would forge under any circumstances accept client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to forge, and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it?
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes,
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
it's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. Just this is how the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. I'm not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember. If the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file.
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation.
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
They never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me. Asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me. Let me rephrase that. And said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases. And could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences and obviously asked them, hoped it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him, didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I had.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Skage Conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
At the lawyers' convention in
Yes.
Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Oh. Was anybody with him?
His brother John Marvin was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages, it's a veteran SEC-related wealth management firm.
Do you have any subsidiary, excuse me, stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
Did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Beg my own court's indulgence.
stand for a moment.
Every everybody stretched. Judge's orders. I love this about him. I really do love this about him. Like, he's so down to earth about it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Whoever's
it
that
also
judge,
helps. It
go
also
on.
helps that, when he starts back up, people aren't going to be, oh, now I really need to stretch and now I can't.
Exactly. Exactly. Well, there was a very good point brought up in the chat. I don't know if you saw Colin's remark, but I wanted to ask you, do you think that this is like status quo, the way the prosecution is presenting and the way the defense is actually coming back?
What do you mean by coming back?
Well, whatever their size is, like,
Oh,
in
well,
between.
yeah,
It's like,
that's normal. You
it
always
seems
do
like
that.
business as usual, right?
Already in
Yeah.
evidence of States Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a Forge Consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
Exhibit 335 on the Alamo for the jurors to see it. Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
What were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, and on a contract basis?
And as an employee and as a contractor.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alex Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the skate stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia. I mean, you said you would see him in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then?
I would generally speaking, most of the time when I would see him, it would be because of that, yes, sir.
And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
At 3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec.
And
during that period of time?
all the other guests, yes, sir.
Right. And so, at that point in time, your wife became Maggie and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings, and that could have been just because of the distance between the towns. But yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned, there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of we used to call it trial lawyers, but
I still do too.
yeah, of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I think maybe they moved it. I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah. So, and And there that there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster,
Every time.
and you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral,
Yes, sir, I did.
and then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle,
Yes, sir.
and I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head,
Yes, sir, I did.
and you said he was with his brother John Marvin,
Yes, sir.
and his son Buster was there too. You
I
remember that?
believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
Now, John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
And people were trying to lift Alex's spirits up and support him during that period of
I
time.
think so, yes, sir.
1 second, Your Honor.
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Oh, they cut that out. Did they say Ronnie Crosby again? But they already saw him yesterday. No, who's this? Oh, okay. I remember now.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, Hudak.
Agent Hudak, how are you doing today?
Pretty good.
Where are you employed?
South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
All right, and what is your duties there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail? With the,
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Yes, sir. Now I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess.
Mhm.
Okay, tell her.
Looks like a matter of law. Another recess.
Yeah, that was kind of odd because I didn't hear an objection.
I didn't hear it either, but like he doesn't like when they come up like
So
Now-
they probably
yeah.
gave him a written objection to his entire testimony in advance. Okay, that makes sense now.
they may have to go on it. I know that that's how it was with that side of the road. I did see those, written. I couldn't get copies of them, but I saw it.
Yeah, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have
We have a bit of trouble with
Oh,
our
it's
feed.
got a little weird, but yeah, a little bit is going quite okay. I just all right. I think I resolved it.
we'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
Okay,
Ah,
so
okay.
we have a 2-hour lunch break now from 12:25 to 2:30. Okay, all right. So there you go, guys. Hey, they're evacuating the building. How do you like that?
Evacuating?
That's what he said. They have to evacuate the building. That is the part of the feed that got messed up. So that's what I'm telling you. They're evacuating the building, Liam, everybody there. I'm sorry. It just like all of a sudden the feed just went wacky. But evacuating the building, there must be some kind of threat of some type going on. It'll probably be all over Twitter in a minute, and we'll find out. But thanks for coming up. The interesting question that Colin presented is like, is this like, business as usual? Is this what they usually do, prosecution and defense, from what you see? And I thought so just from watching. So you're
Yeah, it
agreeing?
is. It is. I personally don't see the defense scoring a lot of points here. You always cross and examine a witness right after you examine them, because then you can release them. If you saved all of the witnesses' cross examinations until the end of the prosecution's case, you'd have to bring them all back one by one, and they wouldn't be allowed to go home until you got to the end of the prosecution's case. Plus, people will have forgotten what they testified to. I don't mean the person who testified, I mean the jury.
Right.
Yeah, it just flows so much better doing it this way.
Yeah, and also, if they do cross at a later date, you still get redirect, which means they get to refresh all their points again. So it doesn't really make any sense to me either.
Actually, redirect is
only on the cross, right?
No, it's not always allowed. When I was studying law in Texas, they told us there's no such thing as redirect. You don't get to redirect. But now, if in the cross examination, a point is made that you want to clarify, it's really quite complicated. I don't really remember all the rules. That was 30 years ago.
But I see a lot of it in this case. I mean, BCE is jumping up and doing boom point on what I call redirect, which means when they come in after the cross, just coming in. And he is actually hitting on anything that the defense has actually made a point of to clarify, especially when he's trying to muddy the waters by trying to twist something that was said, or get them to say things like when he did just get our forensic scientists to say that gunshot residue may be irrelevant. That was a big moment.
Now, there are definitely some places that do allow a redirect. The rules of procedure do vary from state to state.
Yeah. Well, we've been going over that also. Like, people were asking me, does the jury get to take notes? And so you can search in South Carolina, and you can search what the rule is, and their rule there is at the total discretion of the judge. So then you got to search the judge, and this particular judge is not a fan of notes with the jury. Whether he's letting this jury take notes or not, I can't see, but I don't see anything being you said about it, so I don't believe he is. Normally, he does not. So
I was on a jury in one trial, and they passed out paper and pen or pencil, I forget which, so that we could take notes. They specifically told us that we could take notes, and even provided us with paper and pencils to do so.
Yeah.
So it varies greatly.
I guess with a long trial like this, it would be beneficial. But then again, they can't really use the notes. They have to only use the evidence in deliberation anyway, because although opening statements and closing statements are persuasive, they're not evidence. Anything that's said, you can't actually use as a point of your decision. It just kind of gets you to lead you to what you should be looking at, kind of.
It helps you tie together the evidence.
Yeah. Yep. And I remember that in the Masterson trial, that the defense used this big diagram, like this big picture, to say levels of guilt. Okay, it was actually quite insulting. Actually, instead of saying your client is not guilty, let's just talk about the levels of guilt here. They didn't say not guilty. They just said, let's just talk about the levels of guilt. And they had this big old chart, and it was the first thing that the jury requested to see, and the judge had to remind them. That was in the closing arguments. That's not evidence. That was closing arguments, and no, you can't see it again. No, you can go with how you felt about it, what he made you think about it, where he led you to look, but no, you're not going to see it again. I was like, wow. But it just showed to me how these things can make points to the jury like
Mhm.
emotionally. That was a very emotional jury. That jury went on the emotions of the trial for defense and prosecution only. I don't think every time someone asked them post about the evidence, they said we didn't look at that. We didn't look at that. We didn't look at that. And
Mhm.
I was actually astounded because to me I thought
Well,
that's what they were supposed to be doing.
yeah, most juries actually make up their mind at the end of opening statements.
Mhm.
Now, so sometimes you kind of wonder, well, why do we bother going through the trial if they're going to make up their minds at the end of the opening statements? And
Mhm.
partly is because you do have to establish the record. So if it does go on appeal, you've got to establish what the evidence actually is. But another thing,
Mhm.
a lot of times a juror will make up their mind that, okay, if I actually see the evidence that they claim that they have, then yes, I will agree that this side is right. So
Right.
you do still have to present the evidence and back up your claims.
Exactly. And I think that's going to be something that the jury's looking at here because, in my opinion, Creighton Waters had a very good opening statement as far as laying out what he thought the case
Mhm.
was. And
Mhm.
now it's just putting all those pieces together, and they happen to be long and tedious pieces
They
and
are. They
very
are.
disjointed. And so hopefully that opening statement is in their minds and they will be looking for it to stitch it together themselves because you did remind me that he's not allowed to argue for the stitching of it all together himself. He's not allowed to be painting the picture in between as we
Mhm.
go. He's just
Right.
presenting the case
Mhm.
piece by piece. It's up to us to put that puzzle together. Even if we don't know what it looks like, he's giving us the pieces and we've got to put it together, right? Yeah.
Yep. And it's like yesterday when they had the bookkeeper on and they asked her for check after check after check after check,
Hmm.
the same questions. But you can't just, you know, hand her all the checks and ask her the questions once. You have to do it that way because otherwise there can be an objection. Well, she only testified that she'd seen these checks in general. She didn't
Hmm.
specify that she'd seen every single one of them. So you have to go
Right.
through every single one of them one at a time. And yeah, it's tedious and it gets boring, but you have to do it that way.
Yeah, you do. And actually, for the prosecution, that was one of the points that really hit home. I mean, it
Mhm.
has its own hashtag now. Alex stole it. It's all over
Mhm.
Twitter. Alex stole it. Like, and what happened with those posts? Alex stole it. Like,
Yep.
and why did you have to pay that money back to the client? Because Alex stole it. Like,
I
wow.
I like the person in the chat yesterday who said Alex stole my virginity.
Yes, Alex stole everything yesterday. He stole people's lunch. He took people's coffee. Like Alex is responsible. He stole everything. It reminded me of that Mikey commercial. Like, give it to Alex. Alex will steal anything. Like,
Mhm.
but yeah, no, she said it a lot, and it was very profound. I mean, when we heard the testimony, just in the in-camera part, for the judge, without the jury, we were all like taken aback at how strong her testimony was and all the shadiness that he did and how it was all coming to light. And also we were all confused at how long it had stayed hidden. 10 years. Some of us are.
Mhm.
I mean, I ran my own consulting company with books and accounting. I was stunned that it was hidden that long. Hidden
Mhm.
10 years. They have certified public accountants on staff. They do quarterly meetings. They've got partnerships, disbursements that happen. Analysis have to be done. It just shows you that they were all friends. These lawyers who worked together were all friends. Nobody was asking for an audit once a year to make sure
Mhm.
nobody got more than the other. That happens normally, in regular business. It's not really offensive. Some people, maybe they would find it offensive because they're such good friends. I don't know. But 10 years, the thought that somebody would steal from each other in that firm was the last thing they thought of. Like,
Exactly.
it,
Yeah.
you know,
I do what town are they from? Is this a small town?
oh, Waterboro is where the court is, I believe. It's Colleton County. Um,
Okay. I'm
yeah.
thinking more in terms of where the law firm was located. Was that in the same town?
Let me just, I could look it up. They changed the name. Let's
Because
see.
I would be
I
willing to
think it's
bet that
Parker Law
that's
Group.
okay. I would be willing to bet that that's why
Yeah,
they were
they're
all
from
so
Hampton.
close.
They're from Hampton, South Carolina. All of them are from
Okay.
Hampton. Yeah.
Okay.
And you hear them talk. He's very good friends with the attorney that already spoke the other day from the ex-partner, Crosby. He was actually felt like a godfather to Paul. They were also close with their children and everything. And when he
Yeah.
mentioned
Yeah.
Maggie or Paul and he teared up, the amount of noise from the gallery was like everybody was looking for tissues. Like you could hear everybody was moving around and everybody was squirming. It was so hard to hear the emotion, and to hear even the friends of Paul speak so lovingly of him and everything. And you could see with great emotion. And we're going to hear again from Chris Wilson, who that was very emotional testimony. That's a best friend
Mhm.
who was basically feels wronged, stabbed in the back.
Mhm.
You know,
Mhm.
when he said
Yeah.
he was my best friend, and he said that was really long and hard, I was like, oof, that hurt. Like that
Mhm.
hurt. Oh,
Mhm. Yeah. I can see feeling like you've known this guy all your life, and suddenly you realize you've never known him before. You never
mhm,
really knew him. And I've seen the prosecution press that point with a number of people. But
mhm.
it's really true of everybody. Everybody we meet, we see the portion of them that they allow us to see, and everybody's got parts of themselves that you don't know about.
Oh, mhm.
The
Oh
turtle move
boy.
says, Alex stole my stole.
He stole my stole. Oh boy. Mm. Wow. So apparently Michael Gunn, who just left the stand, waiting for Cross. I mean, Cross is going to come up next, right? Oh, no, he actually was crossed already. He put out a statement already. They made the following statement today following his testimony from Forge Consulting LLC in the murder trial of Alex Murdaugh, rather, in Walterboro, South Carolina. And I quote, Forge Consulting has been in business for over 20 years, building our reputation on professionalism, experience, and integrity. We've built our business on the truth, and that's exactly why we're here today, to tell the truth. I don't know what happened that horrible night in Islington when Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were murdered, but I do know that Alex Murdaugh used our good name to defraud his clients, his law firm,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
countless others. I know that Bank of America could have stopped it all there with a single phone call to verify the truth. Unfortunately, that call was never made. I wonder how much tragedy could have been avoided if it was.
Well,
Attorneys
we
report.
also saw the
Oh,
bookkeeper
go ahead.
testified that at Bank of America, Alex's contact was another relative. It was her brother-in-law was his bank contact. And so I'd be willing to bet $1 to a donut hole that he got something to keep it all hush hush what Alex was doing there.
Exactly. And I think they make a good point. When he opened up the account, he didn't have any proof of documents that he was Forge or represented Forge in any way. He's using a
Mhm.
business name. That's not standard practice in the United States that I'm aware of when you go to open a bank account.
True, but
Mhm.
again, he's dealing with somebody he knows, and so you
Yeah.
tend to trust people and oh yeah, oh you're doing this for your firm, okay. Or on the other hand, yeah, he got paid to put the paperwork through and approve it without proper verification.
Wow. Yeah. That did come up when they were talking about banking with Palmetto. That they often just gave him the loan based on they knew who he was, what he did for a living. He was a lawyer, the properties that he owned, and
Mhm.
they waited for the paperwork elsewhere. Like if you just asked for the loan, he would get it. That's
Mhm.
how Palmetto was. Maybe Bank of America was acting on that also. But when he did, let's just be honest here. Forge is a consulting company for insurance, not a lawyer's firm. And Alex didn't have any tie as to working for them. Why would they
Mhm.
open? I mean, that just looks a little fraudy to me.
It does.
Why would they not question why a lawyer in a big law firm under a different name that everybody knows is opening up accounts for someone he does business with,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously
Yeah.
has no actual. He doesn't represent that business.
Mm-hmm.
You know, everybody knew who he was. Uh, mm. That's why I'm hoping that I'm pretty sure we're going to hear about more charges and more accusations going through from South Carolina on all of this, because banking fraud and insurance fraud and all this big business, big money, and they want it stopped. A lot of prosecutors make their bones on these cases.
I'm still wondering what Murdaugh did with all the money.
Well,
I mean, he had
apparently,
millions.
I could tell you what he did with $2 million of it.
Hmm.
Well, he paid somebody to attempt to shoot him in the head in September with $2 million of that money. And that's been testified, and that I'm not speaking out of turn here. That's evidence in a case that they actually confirmed. He actually admitted that he did it. He said that, yep, that's what, that's what happened. And it happened because I've got a very long history with a drug problem, and I needed help. And I wanted, and that was it. And I was looking to get out of this situation. He already said that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the other thing, is that by bringing in past financial crimes, what's coming in here is the testimony that he gives. Like, I'm scared for the testimony that came forward. He has already settled with many of these civil lawsuits, like the Mallory Beach trying to settle. Like, that testimony from Mark Tinsley is very damaging. Very damaging. And then he settled on the Satterfield. He admitted that he stole the money. He admitted that he did all wrong, and then they had to sue him to get the money back, though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, wow.
Mm-hmm. I stole it, but I'm keeping it.
Yes.
It's your
Yes.
problem now.
Yes. I don't know. Ricker's making fun. He's doing the Jay-Z song, and they always say Alex stole his girl. Listen, Wrecker, I'm not sure if you mean that you don't have any problems because you don't have a girl, but your girl's not a problem. But I
Well,
suggest you clarify.
Well, he did. Earlier, he said that he had 100 problems, but Alex stole one of them. He stole his girl problem.
Oh, he stole his girl problem, so you don't have the girl anymore. That's a shame.
Right. So now he's
But
only
it's-
got 99 problems, but the girl
Okay.
problem isn't one of them.
Okay, so that's cool. So, because if the girl was a problem, it's okay that Jay-Z stole her then, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. Oh, that's funny. Chick mistress. Oh, they're all going. This chat is so lit, I gotta say. But, just your overall, during this whole trial, I've wanted to ask you a million questions. And now that you're up here, I can't think of
Can't
one of
remember
them.
any of them. Yeah.
I can't think of any of them because we've been talking so much. But just your overall perception. Well, you already said you don't think the defense is doing a good job. Well,
I don't
as
think
good
they're
a
doing
job
a
as they
bad
could.
job. I mean, you've got to play the hand you're dealt. Like we said in law school, if the facts are on your side, you pound the facts. If the law is on your side, you pound the law. And if neither one is on your side, you pound the table. And I think the defense is pounding the table because they don't have anything else.
Yeah. A lot of the objections for the 404B testimony weren't made during the in-camera presentation at all, like the stuff they're coming up with now. Possibly because of written, like you said, in line. Is that what they call it? Yeah.
Sandy says, and let's admit it, Alex stole
the
the defense.
Alex stole. Yes. Well, I think that's what she means by the hand you're dealt with. I mean, Alex Murdaugh is actually their client, and they have a client that has 99 other charges of criminal charges. This is not even the civil suits. Criminal charges in 18 criminal indictments against him for financial crimes in regards to bank fraud, credit card fraud, misconduct in lawyering, defrauding his clients, money laundering, insurance fraud, just oh my God, so many. Obstruction of justice in some of them because of the cases of giving false testimony. Yeah, it's lit. Oh boy, I don't think he's ever going to get out of there. I really don't. Regardless of the
No.
outcome of this case, he's a flight risk to be sure, because they're pretty sure he hid some of that money that kid. So yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering, when we were talking prior. Well, first let's get to the prosecution before I change the subject. How do you think the prosecution's doing?
I think they're doing great. Yeah, they've got good points. I think they're bringing out the testimony that they need to from the witnesses. I think the prosecution is doing a great job.
Yeah. I'm kind of very fond of Creighton Waters' style. I like that that jump up. I call it the big Creighton energy, the BCE, the big Creighton energy, when he just jumps out of that chair and he gets right to it. I think he brings a lot of charisma. And also, if you know how hard he has been focusing on all of these cases in regards to Alex Murdaugh, he's very well. He knows them all. He knows the financial ones inside and out, as well as this murder one. So he's very well invested in it. And also give him credit for how he's bringing in the younger assistant district attorneys for specific reasons, like David Fernandez and James Ellis Johns for the financial, for Savannah Good for the presentation of evidence and getting it in, giving them all some face, because let's face it, the state AG is sitting there. He's sitting there at the table watching everything they do. Wilson is sitting there. Can you imagine that pressure, Granny? Like,
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure. That's true.
yeah, and they're all still like doing really well. I was quite impressed, not improved, impressed with James Ellis Johns, or John.
I want to
James. I might
answer
have
Mark's.
that second.
I want to
Mark?
answer Mark Caesar's question.
Yep. let me put it up for you.
He asked Godless Granny, how much of a priority would it be to get the jury on your side? It's everything. It's everything. I mean, that's the only thing that matters.
Yes, because they get to decide the case, not us watching who does better or whatever. The jury, right?
In a
Yeah.
trial of this size, it is not unusual to hire a jury consultant. And that would be someone who sits in the gallery whose job is to watch the jury reactions, watch how people are responding to various testimony. And every time there's a break like this, they go and meet with the attorneys and say, juror number 3 is not buying this particular person's testimony. Juror number 5 was nodding his head all through this testimony. That's their whole job, is to watch the jury, note the reactions, and report that back to the attorney. Now, those people are very expensive, so you only do that in a major trial. But this is the type of trial you would have hired someone like
You know
that.
what? I'm wondering if they actually have one, because, Hartpullian was spearheading in the beginning, and he's taken a backseat to Jim Griffin a lot, a lot. And I did see just publicly on social media a lot of targeting on Hartpullian for being off his game and looking like he wasn't really into it. And that had to hit home. I think maybe if they didn't listen to a jury consultant, I don't know if it came from the jury, but if they were listening to what other people were saying about the style and how it was hitting the general public, maybe that's why, they made that effort. Or maybe it was planned all along. Who knows? They're never going to tell us, right?
No.
They're not going to say, well, I saw this and I read that, and I said it would be better if Jim Griffin came out there, with his good old bull style, because he knows everyone. He knows everyone. And so does Hartpullian, and he has such a bulldog reputation, and people were right away going, where is he? Like, where's the bulldog? Did he retire? Like, what's going on? This is all soft. He's got a lot of pushback for using the word honored, when he said that he was honored to represent Alex Murdaugh in the legal community, when most of the legal community is extremely offended with him at the time. They've all worked with him. It's a small town. They've all worked with him. He stole from a good portion of them. He really didn't care who he stole from. From what we've heard, he stole from his own brother. He cashed a check twice, made payable to he knows was his brother. or his
Mhm.
father, his brother or his father. Either way, it was family. They're both named Randy, right? Like so. Um, yeah, that took something, right? You take a
Mhm.
check in and ask for it to be reissued. You bring it in. You admit you have it. You know it's not payable to you. You get it reissued, okay, in your full name. That you lost the first one. You wait an amount of time, and then you go and cash the first one anyway. That's that took guts. Like that just was the icing on the cake for me. I mean, that just shows the mentality of he didn't care where that money came from as long as he got that money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was the thing that I was most flabbergasted about was the testimony about the housekeeper. I
Yeah.
had not heard anything about the housekeeper until the trial.
Really, there was a big case out there, the Satterfields. That young man, didn't your heart go out for him? I
Oh,
mean, he
yeah. Oh,
lost his
definitely.
mother, finds
Mhm.
out through a media reporting that his own personal case, his lawyer has settled his case for millions, and he got $100,000.
Mhm.
Period.
Mhm.
And he had to actually beg them for that. Like they were losing their home. These boys couldn't take care of it themselves. They lost their mother. Okay. Do you know what those boys did with the money when they had to sue him, by the way, to get the settlement. He
Mm.
didn't come forward with it. Okay. They had to sue to get it. And what the boys and the family decided to do, they set up a foundation in their mother's name. They didn't even keep it all.
Mm.
They just wanted to get by.
Mhm.
My heart broke for them. Like, what kind of violation is that? Well, you know, as an attorney, right? Is it not common? It's my understanding that when you are representing for an insurance case and the right to settle and everything, don't you have to have power of attorney for like moving money around and doing things like that with the settlements or stuff? There's a lot of
No,
trust
not
there.
power of attorney. No,
Right,
you would not need a power of attorney.
right.
Um, it makes a big difference who you are in the case. Now, Alex would have had to have been the plaintiff in that case.
To get
And
the money paid to him, yeah, right?
right, right. And he did have a point to be the plaintiff in the case since, he did have a financial loss as a result of her death.
Yeah.
And further evidenced by the fact that he considered her so important on his staff that he
Mhm.
took out an insurance policy on her.
Yeah,
Um,
and that's it. It was his insurance that he was suing
mhm.
for the family because he was covered. It was the accident was with him either when they were in vacation or in their vacation home. So it was covered under his wouldn't it be covered under homeowners also, like somehow?
No, well,
Mhm.
no, because she works there. It
Yeah.
would depend entirely on whether or not he was liable for the accident.
Mhm.
Your homeowner's insurance isn't going to pay for anyone who has an accident on your property. They pay for anyone who has an accident that you're liable for. So if someone's walking across their yard, they trip and fall on their own shoelaces. That's not your problem. That's not your responsibility.
Mhm.
But if they trip and fall over your child's skate that was lying in the grass and the grass is so tall you can't see it, now
Mhm.
you're liable because
Yeah. Well,
at
family
least
pet. They're saying the family pet tripped her down the
oh, is
stairs.
that what they say?
That's what they said. Yeah.
I have my suspicion that that's not what happened.
Well, they also said she died of natural causes, but then they went into court and said that she died from the injuries of a fall down this flight of stairs.
Mhm.
So, like, that would leave a lot more injuries than just somebody coming as a coroner and saying, well, that's natural causes. I mean, there was some
Mhm.
shenanigans going on. When
Oh,
the
yeah.
coroner's office has to actually petition the state to get involved to re-exhume the body because they know something's wrong here,
Mhm.
then that was something. And a letter did get issued. I saw it yesterday from that case. Like I'm looking at the older files now, to refresh myself. And yeah, the coroner's office is the ones who are alerting the state. Like that's not right. Like how do you die of natural causes and then you have a lawsuit from like all these injuries that you died of falling down a flight of stairs? Like what
Mhm.
happened to Satterfield? But they didn't investigate it further as for a wrongful death. Which
Right.
right. Which
And
it's a flight of
that's
stairs. I'm curious as to why not. It's a flight of stairs, people. Like nobody just you I mean, yes, people do trip on stairs. I've fallen upstairs. You ever fall upstairs, like you're walking up the stairs and you
Yeah.
trip and you get
Yeah.
those shin injuries and it like I've fallen upstairs and I'm sure people fall downstairs, but fall downstairs with such velocity that that your life is over. That's a little much. I'm sure it happens, but I do think it needs to be investigated.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a normal occurrence.
There was there was a comment from the Turtle Moves a while ago that was quite funny. It said, "Trump, Alex stole the election."
I know, I just saw that too. I was like, he's stealing everything, Turtle. Like, I'm afraid to put anything out there. Like, he's gonna. I hope he doesn't steal my channel. Like, that's what I'm worried about. That'll be the next time. It's like,
Robin
oh.
accidentally left his keys at yoga in yoga class this morning, and as soon as I get a break, I need to text Robin and say, "Alex stole your keys." Robin won't get it because Robin's not following the trial, so then I'm going to have to explain, which is why I need to do it when there's a break.
Yeah, okay. Always is giving me clarification on these, and she's like true murder minion style here. Her and I go into the deep bowels of these cases. Like, it's for people who don't get paid to know this stuff. We're fanatical to the extent. Like, I agree, but she gets really serious about it. She keeps really good notes. As she said, the natural causes could have resulted from complications of the injuries. That's true. She died at the hospital, i.e., a nosocomial infection acquired in hospitalization. Yes, I agree. I agree that maybe that could be, if it did happen at the hospital, they would have said natural due to infection or not recovering, and all of that without actually the coroner being there. It would have been just done by the hospital. You're right. I didn't think of that until you just mentioned it. But yeah, cause of death would be determined if you're in the hospital by a doctor on site. Yeah. And it could have been related to something else going on, which is why it would have been put that way. But the coroner's office was still wanted them to investigate. It didn't make sense to them.
Sandy says head first isn't good.
No, not going down the stairs. But, there's so many lawsuits. They're also looking, I was reading that the Stephen Smith, rather, the young man who died, like, somewhat near their property, the Murdaugh's property, and that both boys knew him. He died at a very young age. They thought it was a hit and run. And then they said the extent of the injuries, he died at 17, were well beyond what would normally be a hit and run, more like a massive beating. Okay. Now, this is like, everybody ties this into the Murdaughs all the time. It's part of the chain of events of the horrible story of the Murdaugh family. They talk about, big Southern family with a great reputation until this little black dot on it appears, which is Alex Murdaugh. And so, like, everything that goes wrong in Colleton County is being tied to Alex Murdaugh somehow, and point in reference is that new evidence that's coming forward is not leading towards Alex Murdaugh or any of the Murdaugh boys, Buster or Paul. It's actually leading away from it. And so they are still investigating that case. If anything, Alex's notoriety in this did get that case reopened for the family. So I'm happy for them, because they have felt that something was done to their son all along, and and they want justice, and it wasn't being looked at. And so I'm glad it's continued for them. But it doesn't look like they're going to bring Alex into it. So far, who knows? It might be part of his confessions. Another part of the conversation that was going on in the chat earlier was why Alex didn't just plea. Like,
Yeah. Well, it's possible that the prosecution didn't offer him one. They may have felt that their case was so strong that they didn't want to offer him one. I don't know. Or maybe they offered him one. I personally, though, I really think that the truth is that he thinks he can get away with this. I think he feels like he's gotten away with so many things for so long that he can get away with this too. And that, he could just explain his way out of it.
That's what I'm thinking. His mindset is that, I fooled you all for so long, like you caught me now, but like I still got this up my sleeve. I could still do this. He's still trying to manipulate. I'm watching him manipulate because the way he acted in camera with just the judge, without the jury there, was totally different than what he acts when the jury's there. He stared down Mark Tinsley like evil. He looked at Jenny Seckinger like he wanted her off the planet. Okay, like he was like death stares. Okay.
Okay. Pete Hutchins just says bomb threat was made to the Colton County Courthouse. And
Wow.
I had been, that's what I've been doing on my computer every now and then
Is
was I was looking for
looking.
information, and it's
Mhm.
just coming through now. It's just starting to come through that, yes, here's an article from the Independent. Do you want me to link you the article, or?
Yeah, you can put it in the private, see if it doesn't affect the thing. So what I'm gonna do, since we have another, I'm actually gonna remove the feed because that will help our stream. And I could pull up the article easier.
There's the article for you.
Thank you. I like the Independent very much. I go to them often. I'll show you guys what we're looking at. Yeah. And because I know how you murder minions are, here's the link in the chat for further reference, and I will put it down below for you to check later also. Like, we like to just cross the I's and T's here. Okay, so Alex Murdaugh trial, live courthouse under emergency evacuation threat. Let's just put this up. There we go.
I just
liver
finished
disease.
reading it. The article actually doesn't tell us anything about the headline.
Really?
No.
Look at that. It
goes into
starts.
the-
Wait, the third week of testimony underway. And it starts with a significant amount of gunshot residue. This is not what I want to hear. I want to know about the
Yeah.
All right.
My guess
Okay,
is they
so
probably don't
here's
have
the
any
tweet.
information yet.
Yeah, but they've got tweets here. Initially, Judge Newman said court will resume at 2:30. This, of course, now depends on if law enforcement declares the area safe. Security rushed media away from the property, and a fire truck has pulled up, according to reports from the scene. 2 reporters have had the reason for the evacuation confirmed as a bomb threat by lawyers on the Murdaugh case. There are multiple unconfirmed reports of bomb threat being made to the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. The courthouse has been evacuated. Waiting to hear the reason for the evacuation. Then you could see everybody leaving. That is a beautiful courthouse, by the way. I've been using it in almost all my thumbnails because it's just an outstanding piece of architecture. It's a gorgeous building. The purpose of this research becomes apparent. Judge Newman says we have to evacuate the building at this time. We'll be in research until we discover what's going on. We'll couple that with a lunch break until 2:30. From new witness, Brian Hudak, computer crimes. The next witness for the prosecution is Brian Hudak, a computer special agent. And then we heard the objection. As he introduces himself, Judge Newman excuses the jury. Oh, and that was like, we didn't hear an objection. That must have been the bomb threat. Okay, the rest is all about the trial. Yeah, they're all talking about Michael Gunn, but thank you, Granny. But we'll see what else comes up, because that was funny, because as soon as it comes up, it's all about the trial, unless you read the tweets that they attached. I guess they wanted to be first with it out there. Talk about media just jumping the gun. Like, gosh, like, tell me something, like,
Yeah, I think there were enough people that were like us, that we wanted to know what happened, and they at least gave us that much. They at least confirmed that it was a bomb threat.
Oh, does it? Oh, you know what? It read as if, to me, it read as if that's who was actually talking about it outside the courthouse, was the actual lawyers. I don't think the lawyers made the threat, and I don't mean to infer that at all, Liam. The way that it read to me was that the lawyers were speaking on it, that they only talked to one side, that they were the ones saying that it was a bomb threat. Okay. Well, who knows? Prosecution was out having lunch somewhere. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on in the chat here.
One of the lawyers wanted a longer lunch break, so they called in a bomb threat.
I do. They usually get an hour 20. I don't know why they needed that extra 40, but
Oh,
hey.
I'm kidding. I
Yeah.
know they didn't
No,
do that.
you know what? But that's not unusual. That's not unusual, like to have 2-hour lunch breaks in some instances. Although this judge does like to keep things orderly and timed. He does like to keep things out of the jury earshot. He's very particular, how he wants his objections presented. He doesn't like this in the middle of testimony. He says, what the testimony is going to be. You've all talked before. I want to hear everything beforehand and we'll decide. Like, he doesn't want all of that. What he refers to, he didn't use the word, but I get the idea. He thinks it's shenanigans in front of the jury.
Mhm.
He doesn't want that. He wants us straight. I kind of respect him for that. It's been a little, it's been a little bit good. Oh, always also reminds me that, yes, one of the diagnoses of a subdural hematoma, we're talking about Miss Satterfield here, who died at the hospital, which would never be considered a natural cause. That's right. A subdermal hematoma is not a natural cause. And it's always coded as a secondary. Yes, that could be what the coroner was looking at, and why they wanted to find out what was going on. Mm. Yep, I knew you got the deets there, girl. You keep excellent notes. I could just see her right now. She's sitting there. She's at work, by the way, doing and answering calls for people and handling insurance and whatever it is that she's doing to adjudicate claims and get information straight. And at the same time, watching the trial, and she's got 2 big files or 3 big files over there in front of her in case she has to look any of this up. And one day I will discover her system of tabbing it, because she can actually go to the actual case and the witness, like right away. Like, I got to find out her tab system. I think that's gold.
They're probably color coded.
I'm telling you, always, we're going to have a conversation, and maybe you should market it. I think you should market that tabular system, because you're really quick with getting information back to me. And I know most of it is manual. It's not like jumping on the internet and searching something. She's literally going to notes and pieces of documentation in a big file. And you would be better working for the prosecution and the defense the way be them fumbling around with these evidence folders and numbers and stuff. That was painful in the beginning. It was absolutely painful to watch them like searching through boxes and boxes to find something. Like,
The Turtle Move says that they'll never find the bomb. Alex stole it and hid it with the missing guns.
we were playing Clue earlier. It was the chef, it was the chef in the smokehouse. Like, that's
Did you see the menu?
The menu? No. What menu?
It's a movie. It's the movie called The Menu.
No, I've heard about it though.
I went and saw it. It is not the kind of movie that I ever would have thought to go to, but Robin wanted to see it, and so we all went to it. It was quite good. It was very different, and yes, the chef did it.
The chef did do it. Yeah. See, I love chefs. They're some of my favorite people, but they're pretty clever. Yeah. They're saying, the bomb. Yeah, maybe he put it in a blue top and took it out of the building. Maybe they got rid of it. I don't know. Sandy says, I get the feeling this whole trial is scripted. If so, I recommend firing the writers. Seriously, because there's been some things I never thought I'd see. I have to ask you, Granny, John Mader's handling of the evidence. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, it was just sloppy. I mean, I don't get why that happened. Even with the fact that they had no inkling that Murdaugh was the guilty party, you've got to preserve the evidence against whoever you're eventually going to try to make a case against. So yeah, the handling of the evidence, that just does not make sense.
It doesn't to me at all, because what a bad look for the prosecution. Because here you've got the people that collected it, the people that are analyzing it, the first responders. They're all wearing gloves. They're giving deference to the evidence and keeping it pristine. They're showing that they're serious about it. And what does the prosecution do? Gives the not TARP, the blue rain jacket a tour of the courtroom, throws it on the floor, handles it with his bare hands, balls it up, throws it over the head. Like, I'm like, dude, she just got done telling you her main purpose for wearing gloves is not to put any of her own DNA or anything about her on the evidence. And what do? You could just be convicted of this crime based on like circumstantial evidence with all the DNA you just threw all over there. Not to mention, he might be covered with the particles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now they do transfer. Now they'll be very faint. Okay. But remember, they're not talking about gumshoe residue like the immediate. She's talking about the tiny, tiny little residue that's left afterwards, like way afterwards, because there was a big back and forth about real gunshot residue on hands is only good for like 6 hours or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently gunshot residue is actually stays on things like guns and solid objects until removed, although faintly, not like hands where it's like listen, you got gunshot residue on your hands, it's like a smoking gun. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And didn't they say they found a little on Alex yesterday? But because of the length of time in between, it was very sketchy. And they admitted that because there was so much time in between. But they did find trace, she said, what they would call what's left behind after, But, I remember
and that makes sense.
And they're not talking about that, okay? They're not talking about that. And I guess it could be, it kind of blows the alibi thing and Alex's version of how he found the bodies and what happened prior to him finding the bodies. He's got an alibi out there that says he never saw them after dinner. He took a nap. And now we have a video that places him at the scene.
Right.
Several minutes before their phones went boom. Okay. He's obviously in the area. He had to run pretty fast to get to the house not to see anything. Knock himself out just for 5 minutes before he says he left for his mother's. I mean, that's the time frame according to his alibi and what we just saw presented over and over again, the video from Paul's phone that was created at the kennel at 8:49. Okay. So the window got way smaller. Okay, way smaller at that point. Alex insists he did not see them. He did not see them after dinner. Okay. And he did not go out to the kennels. He saw them next at 10:07, like 10 something, when he came back from visiting his mother's, and he could see them from the vehicle, and he was upset. He called 911. Okay, he ran to the bodies. He says he touched the bodies. Evidence from the crime scene says it was a bloody mess. A bloody mess. Even if he just carefully went over there and touched them, his shoes would have at least got into some kind of watery mess. It's raining. The watered down blood is everywhere. Okay. They said it was a horrible mess. Brain matter everywhere. He talks about it. He says he touched the phone, pulled it that it fell out of his pocket, and he put it back on his leg. Like, why he said that, I don't know. They did not find fingerprints on the phone. The fingerprint expert says that, that's not unusual. You don't always leave something that I can pull up. There's not always something there. I believe that. But I don't know. That part of the evidence confused me. He's completely clean. Shoes, pants, shirt, spotless. But he says he touched both the bodies. And I can't wrap my brain around that. I'm asking, why are you lying about that, Alex? Why do you need us to know that you checked the bodies? Like, why? Because he was afraid there might be evidence there that he touched the phone or he did this or he did that.
Right, exactly.
So in my opinion, it's like a cover-up, right, Granny? It's like, I'm just covering the bases here. But now there's nothing to support your cover-up. You look even worse because from day one, they said, wow, he looks too clean for this, and he's not crying. They didn't make him a suspect, but he acted out with all the extra information he was giving them. They didn't even ask a question. He was telling them stuff.
I would not draw any inference from him not crying.
Oh,
You know,
no.
people
Yeah.
have so many different reactions to traumatic events,
Mhm.
and very likely at that point he's in shock and he's not processing it. So
This is
not
so
crying to me
true.
means nothing.
It does. It just but all of the investigators made note of it. Every single
Mhm.
one of them made note of it, which is the only reason I'm mentioning it. Not that it actually, for me, I'm with you, Granny. That doesn't mean anything. People are individual. People go into shock. That was his son and his wife there. You don't know how you would react, and we
Right.
really shouldn't judge someone on their reaction to that. And I'm totally with you on that. But the fact that the police officers all are making a continuous note about it means that they were also seeing other things that was tripping them up,
Mhm.
because I don't think they were marking it as that's really significant. I think they're going, oh, and by the way, da-da, like it kind of is starting to fit together, because they were saying things like he was adding extra information as to why this could have happened without even being asked, like
Mhm.
the fill in of all this stuff,
Mhm.
what he
Mhm.
wanted you to know.
I like Mark Caesar's comment says, if I see a body, I would check for signs of life first, not caring about touching the body. And
Mhm.
Ox's response, I see a body, I'm looking for a wallet.
Yeah, either way, both of you would have blood or something on you, and you would not be pristine. You wouldn't have an investigative officer sitting on the stand saying, and how did he look? His shirt, clean. His shorts, clean. His legs, clean. His hands, clean. His arms, clean. His face, clean. His head, clean. His shoes, clean. Overall
Mhm.
appearance of Alex Murdaugh when you saw him, what did she say? I think it was within an hour of the murders. And that woman said, clean. Like that struck me. Like,
Mhm.
because
Mhm.
that struck them. I'm looking at the first responders and what looked out of place to them.
Mhm.
These are the things that looked out of place to them. This is the start of the investigation. This is when everything's fresh. And right away, they're thinking something's not right here. Like the story
They
isn't
should have
matching what I
checked the
see.
house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if they had thoroughly checked the house at that point, and
Mhm.
particularly the shower drain in his shower,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to bet that they would have found evidence.
You know what? I'm thinking that too. And the defense also probably knows that, because that's the first thing they said. What, did you swab the drains in the bathroom of the house? And they said, no, we didn't. But here's the other
Mhm.
thing. Good old boy network. You're at the home of one of the biggest lawyers in the area, and you're going to go search his house without a warrant. I don't
Well,
think
no,
so.
you get a warrant first, but
Oh, yeah.
you've got plenty of reason to
It
get
would
a
have.
warrant. There's no
Wouldn't
reason
they
why
have
you
to
can't
say he
get it.
was the suspect, or would they? Like, I guess you're
No,
right.
no, they wouldn't
Yeah.
even, all they'd need to say is, we're at a crime scene, we want
Mhm.
a warrant for the entire crime scene, which was the entire property.
Especially when they saw that the guns were missing. There were no
Mhm.
weapons. They knew there's weapons in the house. They got to decide whether those weapons came from the house or if somebody broke into the house. If
Mhm.
this was a violent crime of retaliation, maybe somebody went and ransacked the house and Alex is just so upset he hasn't noticed everything's missing. There's evidence in there. I'm with you. That was a little like a whoops. I bet you they wish now they did.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they are.
Mhm.
They're probably using that as a training video for people who come on to SLED. This is
Mhm.
how not to handle a crime scene.
Especially when there's people at the crime scene. Here's 101 on not what to do, because all the lawyers that knew him were walking all over the crimes. Everybody was all over the place there. And as
Mhm.
they said, they didn't even tape it off. Crosby even said, I don't believe there was any crime tape. I wasn't going into a crime scene because there wasn't anything there. But yet we could see the bodies from where we were. So to me, that means crime scene,
Mhm. Mhm.
well, yeah, there is a lot to be said about that. But then again, almost every officer and everybody involved, they all know everybody. You know,
Mhm.
can you imagine trying to work this case knowing everybody who's involved? How do you think the investigators feel when they go for a conversation with Alex Murdaugh and there's 8 lawyers in the room? They-
Yeah, I'll tell you the first thing that I do, and I've done this a number of times, especially when I've been involved in negotiations and there's multiple parties involved, and Each of the parties is represented by an attorney. I count up the number of attorneys in the room, multiply that by $150 an hour, and multiply that by how many hours that we're in negotiations, which is usually about
Yeah.
2,
Mhm.
and figure out how much just that negotiation cost. And it gets into the thousands of dollars very quickly.
Uh-huh. Totally. Absolutely. And they weren't even there like as hired attorneys. They're all friends and or associates that were very concerned for him at the time and also close to Maggie and knew Paul. It just got to be overwhelming for the investigators because, lawyers have a different mindset. Would you agree, Godless Granny? And in a positive way, I think, of always on the what if protection mode. The less said, the better. Am I right? Like, you don't know where this is going. The less said, the better. Yes, your
Right.
family, and they didn't call you a suspect, but could you button it? Like, only answer the questions they're asking that they're asking you. No, because in this case, when you look at the 2 interviews that were done, the one on scene in the black sedan, they're all sitting in there and he's in his clothes, and he's rocking and he's telling
Yeah.
stories. And then the one done by Seth Croft, Jeff Croft rather later, somewhere, and that's long also. And you notice all the extra information that Alex Murdaugh is given. And I know I watch too many crime dramas. I know I'm all in Discovery ID. I'm not a lawyer, but I always listen for what they answer that I didn't ask, what they say that I didn't even ask you about yet. What are they trying to tell me? How are they trying to manipulate the situation? That speaks volumes to me of guilt. That they're always trying to cover, because if that's on your mind. And Liam says, "Oh, wait. What do you think about the smell of fresh laundry on the shirt and everything like that?" They're making a big deal about that.
I agree with the prosecution that sure makes it look like he, changed his clothes right before before he called the police.
I do think that they nailed him on the shoes. The caretaker gave evidence of what he was wearing, and he was wearing the shirt and the pants. Okay, but the shoes were totally different. When they showed up, he was wearing those other sneakers, not those Sperry type shoes. Okay, and he was wearing longer pants and a different shirt earlier in the day. There's a video showing him of that. And I'm not saying it's not unusual to change your clothes when you live in this big rural area and you're doing different things on golf carts and trucks and you're going out and messing with trees. And then you're over by the kennels and maybe going duck hunting and, walking around with a rifle. It's hot. It's June in South Carolina. You don't want to be out in the fields in shorts. You could get ticks, this, that, and the other thing. You want to wear pants, right? You want to protect yourself from the shrubbery and all this other stuff. I get it. And then when you're back at the house, you want to put shorts on because it's hot. Like, I get it. Like, I'm not saying he shouldn't have changed his clothes. I'm saying when he did it and how he did it and what those clothes look like. Yeah.
Aunt Jer said maybe he uses Gain Unstoppables. Stays fresh smell for weeks. I hear.
I actually used Gain. And I actually said that yesterday. They were all talking about Febreze and Bounce and this and that. I'm like, no, people, that old-fashioned Gain, the original formula, that's the one. That stuff from day one has been the scent that just keeps going and going and going. Like, totally. And it's not too unpleasant either. It's a nice clean. It always smells like clean to me, but you can really smell it. And not even the Unstoppables, not those crystal things they put in. Just the regular laundry detergent itself has such a strong, long-lasting scent. Let's see. I can see tags coming up here now. What's this? Oh, and then those lawyers trampled all over the crime scene, decided they could do a better job as investigators. Yes. Crosby's testimony yesterday was a little unsettling when they said that they were sitting around drinking, solving the crime. Yeah. You know, they didn't have a lot of faith in law enforcement at that point. Oh, Ox, how lucky are you? His youngest son went to college for criminal justice. He was going for forensic science. He gave me his course study books. Wow. You get to look at the course study books for forensic science. That's wonderful. Yeah, that's something. Wow. So you're gonna be a point of reference, huh, Ox? You're gonna study up, come up on panel, tell us what the books say. Yes. You'd be another voice of the murder minions there. Everybody has a unique angle on most of it, you know. So this trial is the making of that new advert for detergent. Can you imagine? Like in the Super Bowl, if we see a game commercial that says so long lasting, 2.5 years later, it's being discussed at trial. You know, really. True.
Oh, I think we could come up with a better one with that. We have a mock-up of somebody shooting somebody else and getting covered, drenched in gore, and the police come up and say, your clothes still smell fresh.
Yes, with the visual of God, I want to see that meme mask. Does somebody make that one? We got to credit Granny for it. Give her full credit. Like put her on the bottom. Let her be the one saying it. You know, like definitely, that's got to get out there. That's brill. That's totally brill. Oh my gosh, that would yeah. Could you imagine though? The Super Bowl's coming up, and they always do the most ridiculous commercials. But I'm sure they've already decided what they're putting out. But it would be good.
Have you heard about the Jesus commercial they're going to have?
They're having a Jesus. Wait a minute.
There's
Wait. You said the words Jesus commercial, right? Like I heard you, right? Okay.
There's a group of very wealthy believers that decided to invest in a commercial for Jesus. Now I saw one. They're trying to give Jesus a new look, a fresh and updated look, and he's whiter than ever. And I did see one person who said that they showed a picture of Mary holding the dead Jesus that they were going to use, and I don't believe that. I think that was more of a parody because there was something seriously wrong with that picture. I hope they're not planning to use that picture because there's something between Jesus's legs and so is Mary's hand. I don't think they're actually using that one, but anyway, yeah. And the point of the commercial is believe or come to Jesus, whatever.
Gosh.
But yeah, that's going to be a commercial at the Super Bowl this year.
Oh, you know what? I can't wait to clip that. I can see that going through the community being clipped. That's going to be accurate. Liam, gain when you need to hide the evidence. I like it. Internal moves gives a whole new meaning to laundering the money. You guys are lit. Oh, you guys like Alex stole my gain. Alex is stealing everything. You guys are making this so entertaining. And I'm trying to think of what other point that came up that really stuck out to me that I had questions for you. I'm always thinking of questions for the lawyers. Here's one. The legal community itself, I don't mean the legal community. I mean the YouTube legalers, okay? The ones out there speaking on the trial every day. They're watching what goes on and they're out there talking about it. Most of them are point on, and I actually talk in DMs with quite a few of them and try to run things by them. But they're really upset. They had a bone of contention with Judge Newman in regards to Rule 404B. And I think you addressed it somewhat in saying that it is risky. I think we both said it's kind of risky. And it kind of, especially the last ruling on 801, which is basically really geared towards prejudicial information that comes out against the against the accused. Oh, you kind of led me to believe that you really think there's a good reason for appeal here now, right? Could you explain that to them? I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but
Okay. Well, okay. The judge ruled that he wasn't going to give a limiting order every time this particular piece of evidence was discussed. And he also overruled an objection to the evidence itself.
mhm,
And so once that comes in, if the Court of Appeals finds that that evidence should not have come in,
mhm,
they're more likely to find that there should be a new trial because this evidence was brought in at several different points in the trial.
mhm,
And even if they rule that, okay, this shouldn't have been in, but there should have been a limiting order, the fact that the judge didn't give one at every point that the information came in,
mhm.
that's a possible error that
Yeah.
possible area where the appellate court could find error. I don't really think they would, but they might. You never know.
Yeah. Let me ask you a few questions on that. The other testimony in regards to pill taking wasn't about the rehab, but it was about pills. And since they didn't object to that testimony at the time,
Mhm.
really, there was no reason for a limiting order, right? There was
Right.
no objection at the time. So that's
Right.
already, when you say the evidence, we're talking about the scenario that he is a drug addict, period.
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
So they're arguing only of the fact in this particular email with this financial 404B witness on financial crimes. They didn't like the statement where he said where he was and that he was getting better and that he was improving. And
Mhm.
does it go to the judge's benefit that that is actually redacted? That is redacted from the evidence already. They did agree to that. I heard them say, do they
I
want that
thought I
statement
thought they
redacted?
I thought they said that they weren't going to redact it.
When she read it, she did read it without it.
Oh, okay. I
Okay,
didn't catch
yeah,
that.
yeah, she read it without it, they displayed it, and I do
Mhm.
believe and when they were displaying it, it said, "And you can see that that line is redacted." I heard the word redacted.
Okay.
So and I'm pretty sure the only thing they would redact was the fact that
That
rehab was mentioned,
Mhm.
because the rest of the evidence, as he rightly said, was pertinent. It's him
Mhm.
telling them that he regrets what he did and how many people he hurt, and he's
Mhm.
admitting some liability there, and
Right.
that's important to the
And
prosecution. Yeah.
yeah, I don't think that that was an error at all.
Yeah.
That's him making an admission, and that's clearly admissible.
Yeah, and here's the problem. I think the legal community is just looking at the fact that it could come up, and I think that this judge is fully aware that these opinions and these decisions that he's making are going to be looked at and maybe judged because it's happened before. So he was very careful about 404B. He did
Mhm.
a whole in camera of every bit of evidence that's coming forward and
Mhm.
made the decision that yes, the prosecution cannot be penalized because of prejudicial information when it is the basis of a case and it actually proves some of the case. You can't just like take from Paul, like give to one and not the other. But you know what I'm saying? Like you
I know what
can't.
you're saying, but
Yeah,
it's
it's
just slightly off
okay.
because
Rephrase
the
it for
fact
me.
that something is prejudicial, if that is the basis of your entire case, no, that's not going to get it in.
Hmm.
Because if it is more prejudicial than probative, then it's not coming in,
Hmm.
regardless of,
Exactly. And and
if it's the
and
basis
that
of the
was the
entire case.
judge's point. It was more probative than
Right,
prejudicial. It
right.
proved more to the state of mind. And in his contention, he mentioned over and over again malice and
Mhm,
intent, which is important when you're going towards murder. You got to get
mhm.
to that state where he intended to end your life, like, period. There was intent there. This isn't manslaughter. He's not being accused of them dying because of something he did like otherwise. They're
Mhm.
saying he killed them. That's
He
malice
didn't
intent.
accidentally,
Yeah,
the
he
gun
didn't.
didn't
Right.
accidentally
Mhm.
misfire. Yeah.
Right. Those aren't the charges. The charge is actually murder. And
Mhm.
that requires the malice. What the judge explained to us yesterday was that it required the malice element, which this evidence helps
You don't need a
prosecution do.
malice
Yeah.
element.
Yeah, he was saying that it should be there. I don't know why. He said they didn't need motive, which I didn't understand, but that they needed to,
Yeah, you don't need motive. I
but
mean,
but
if
that
you
they
have
needed
video
to
of
show
somebody killing
malice.
someone, you
Yeah,
don't need to know why they did it. You can
this is
convict
true.
them, you know.
True.
But to show that it was first degree murder, you need to show that it was planned. You need to show that this is the result he wanted.
And
But
maybe
it
that's
doesn't.
what he means by malice. Maybe that's what he
It's
means, like intent.
possible, but
I mean, malice and
yeah,
intent kind of go hand in hand. Maybe
kind
that's what he
of.
meant.
But I gave you a scenario where it's possible that what he did was he knew that all the information of what he had done was going to come to light. He didn't want his family to suffer through, the having to go through all of them losing everything as he gets sued by everyone. He
Mhm.
didn't want them to go through the shame of having to be in town where all these people who know what he did, are just looking at the funny. So he shoots and kills them, and in what in his mind is a mercy killing. What obviously it isn't, but if that's the way he's viewing it, that
Mhm.
would not be malice, but it would still be first degree murder.
Right.
He intended to kill them and he killed them.
Mhm. Exactly. Now they're going back and they're telling me that you're correct, that we heard the term redacted, but it was offered and not taken.
Right. That's the
Does
way I
that
saw it
does
as
that
well.
also stand in favor of the judge, that was
Yes.
offered
Yes.
to the
Yes. Very much so.
so that also is a reason not to overturn it in appeal, is that
Mhm.
it was offered and it wasn't strong enough point for the defense to actually take them up on it.
Right. But that's
So
not the point where I thought that there was a possibility of appeal. I
mhm.
thought the possibility of appeal was on the limiting order.
On the limiting order. And now there is a limiting order on all of the 404B testimony, and he has read limiting parameters to the jury
Mhm.
about, and maybe he
And I
feels
think
that
he's
those
right.
limiting parameters do apply to this too, because it is the financial crimes and they're not allowed to look at his character,
Mhm.
which would mean it
And
doesn't matter if he's in rehab or not. His character is not a point here.
yeah, and I do think the judge made the right decision. I
Mhm.
just also think it's possible that an appellate court could get picky and say, well, you needed to remind the jurors of this at every point. I could see them
Mhm.
doing that. I could see it going either way.
Now Sandy asked a good question in the chat that I don't know the answer to. So I'm going to ask you. I don't know how it is in South Carolina, but if Alex Murdaugh is acquitted, can he sue the state?
For what?
Wrongful
For putting him on
prosecution?
trial? No,
Mhm.
no. You would have to show that there was just that the amount of evidence they had was so low that that it was malicious prosecution, that they were only prosecuting because they were out to get him. And that clearly is not the case. Not only is there plenty of evidence, I don't see anything malicious about the prosecutors at all. If anything, it seems like they knew him and actually were friends with him before this trial. It doesn't look like they were rivals and they're out to get him at all.
This is true, and one of the reasons that the judge allowed it in is because one of the things, and Liam's reminding me, so thank you very much, Liam, because this was part of the judge's statement. When the defense is relying on character, when they say there is no way that this particular person could do the crime, they called it ridiculous to make the accusation because he was a father and a husband. That left the door open for the prosecution to say, oh yeah, well, good old boy just robbed everybody in the whole county.
Mhm.
It did open the door for it, and it does give the judge more standing as to why he says it's probative to their case to be able to prove that, because you opened the door. They also opened the door by talking about the Mallory Beach case to one of their witnesses. They opened it up and then had a fit when Creighton Waters wants to talk about it now. He goes,
Mhm.
oh, you want to talk about all that old stuff? You want to talk about what he did there? I'm all for it. That's when Creighton Waters stood up and said, 404B is an exclusion. I have a right to prove my part of the case. They just opened the door for it. I want to talk. And
Yep.
that started the conversation. That's how it got in. The defense has got to be feeling pretty bad about that at this
Mhm.
point.
That's also why you have a list of 200 witnesses, even if you only
Mhm.
intend to call 15 of them.
Yes.
You list everyone that could possibly have some testimony, whether it's rebuttal testimony or direct testimony, or testimony that you don't think you can get in, but if
But it will.
if the defense opens the door, now you can bring it in.
True,
So
because there was
list,
a ruling on this already that it wasn't coming in because it was too prejudicial, because that is all done pre-trial hearings.
Mhm,
And right,
mhm.
and motions, all this happens beforehand. When that judge keeps reminding those two lawyers that keep going at each other that they know what's going to happen, he's right. They do.
Mhm,
They've
mhm.
talked. They've been in front of each other for months in front of him, deciding what can come in and what can't, where they can
Mhm.
go, where they can't. They both know what they're going to do. Okay, and
Mhm.
what's going to come out. So that when he says there'll be none of that between the two of you here, none of this like hearsay, this, that, none of that's going to go on in my courtroom because you all know what's going on here. I was so happy to hear that, because a lot of people don't realize all that's going on beforehand. A lot of this
Mhm.
settled prior.
Mhm.
A lot of
Mhm.
stuff like the shirt is not really a big deal right now, because they've already decided it was destroyed, this and that, and he already ruled on it, that there are reports that can come in. It was tested by qualified people. You can bring an expert to tear it apart if you like. But the fact of what happened. It wasn't anybody's fault. You could try to tear it apart, and it's up to the jury decide if that would have swayed them if they had somebody else test the shirt, whether it was good enough or not. He was right about that too. So much so that when they put it into evidence, the defense didn't even touch it.
Mhm.
I thought
Mhm.
that was a moment for me. I'm waiting for them to try to tear up the witnesses on the handling of that shirt, and they were so kid gloves about the whole thing. They walked away from it, unless they're planning on bringing on it when they come up with their witnesses. Maybe that could be the case too. But when they had the opportunity to cross really strong on it, they didn't.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, I
Yeah,
didn't love-
it would be too risky to do so, because anything they ask at that point is probably going to hurt them, not help them. And
Mhm.
it's better not to ask a question. You never ask a question you don't already know the answer to.
Yes, because the other part of it is that the prosecution could say, well, what do you think those spots were? What were those spots before they were destroyed? Does that come in? Like, but they didn't get far enough in the testing. It could be damaging for the prosecution too. They're also staying away from it, because there
Mhm.
has been testimony that they did not decide whether it was human blood or not.
Mhm.
If you didn't get that far in the testing before things were destroyed, how good is the evidence? You just know it was blood. And it was a dog running around with a chicken. I mean, come on. It could have been anybody's. Like, if I was the defense, I would be going dog, chicken, blood. Hey, it could have been anything. Could have been anything here. Maybe he took the chicken out of the dog's mouth and wiped his hands on the shirt. Like, maybe. But they didn't know what it was. It did get, untestable afterwards, so they're not
Mhm.
it's all inconclusive, they said. Made for good headlines, though. The media tore it up. Boy.
The media tore up the shirt,
Yeah, they tore up the shirt and headlines.
and then Alex stole it.
And then Alex stole it. Maybe that's it. It's a different shirt now. Alex stole it. Maybe that could be because Harpoolian made big points. Like, they were all putting his name in headlines, all like the bulldog like took care of the evidence, like, and everything. And he proved how shoddy the investigation was. It was quite startling to see the types of headlines that were in South Carolina, and then the ones
Mhm.
that were outside of South Carolina. Like, they were like, yeah, but the judges, outside of South Carolina, they're like, the judge is right. Like, it still can come in just up to the point that it was. And it's up to them to argue back and forth whether it's relative or not,
Mhm.
because it was part of the evidence gathered at the scene. But you didn't hear that in South Carolina. You heard what a great job Dick Harpoolian did, like tearing down the system. Like, it was it was interesting because he's very well known. What do you here's one. What do you think it how do you feel about the fact that they had to take portraits down of the Murdaugh family members from the courtroom, not to persuade the jury?
I think that was a good move. You know, having their pictures up in the courtroom is, well, okay, first of all, are you talking about pictures of him as an attorney because they had a
No,
wall full of
no,
attorneys?
the
Okay,
judge,
you're talking about the
his
pictures of the,
family members that are actually esteemed
yeah,
in the community, the legal community. There's a judge on the wall there. There's a couple of others uh, that are well known, but they definitely had to take down his grandfather, who was
yeah,
prominently displayed in that courtroom. Yeah.
hmm yeah, that makes perfect sense. You don't want anything influencing the jury other than the evidence itself. And if there's something in the courtroom that's going to be a distraction or could possibly influence the jury other than the evidence, then yeah, you need to remove it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just they made a point of that because that also goes to like prejudicial the other way for character. That wouldn't have been very fair. They can say it. They know everybody knows he's a prominent person in the community.
Right.
They found that out during jury selection when 700 people show up and immediately hundreds of them are dismissed because they're all standing up because they've heard about the trial and
Mhm.
they know about everything. And they're
Mhm.
just like, okay, out. And then they're like, well, who here doesn't know Alex Murdaugh? And like very few people stood up and they were like, okay, just knowing him isn't going to be enough of a reason to get rid of you, but we got to talk some more about it. Just knowing anybody in the family, because they would not have been able to get a jury.
You'd have to find 12 people who lived under a rock, but
Or in another state, and they don't like to do that. They don't like to do that.
well, you can't bring people in from out of state. You
No,
cannot do
you
that.
can
You
from
can,
another county because they're doing that in Idaho with the
yeah,
Valo.
you can transfer venue. You can transfer the whole trial to another county if you
Mhm.
want to, if you think that will make for a more fair trial, or like you said, bring the jury in from another county.
Do you think
But
that would have benefited them here for the defense for Alex Murdaugh? Made it a little fair?
no, I think it would have benefited. Well, yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. It really is because
I think it's a
I would
double-edged
have to
sword because
I'd have to know the attitude of the community, because the attitude of the community could be, how could this guy do this? We know him. We've always known him. His family is a great family. Or the attitude of the community could be, this guy robbed us blind.
Mhm.
Let's get him. And I
True.
don't know which way they would go.
And as an outsider, I look at it as, well, if they move it out of the county, what don't they want us to know about what people are thinking? Like, why do they need people that don't know me to be on the jury? What do they know about me? Or
That would
other
not,
way. Yeah.
to me, that wouldn't be a factor.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing as this, what do they know in the community about? What are they talking about? Everybody there is talking about it
Oh, yeah.
every day.
Oh, yeah.
Every diner, coffee shop, stop at the mailbox, see your neighbor. Everybody's talking about this case. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody in that community, yeah.
In that community. And so, I mean, they moved it in the Valo case because it was the Valo Daybell case in Idaho. They moved it from one county to the other. But here's the interesting thing. That's just for the jurors. Like, they're going to
Right.
have it in a different courthouse, but they're going to have the same teams from the other county. It's going to be the same judge and prosecutor, just borrowing the space, so to speak, which I found unique and quite nice that they're making accommodations that way.
Another factor is, it's entirely possible that there's more people that don't know them and don't know about what's going on. But once they asked, who knows the Murdaughs, and people are seeing that they get to go home if they say, yes, I know them, then they're more like, yeah, I know them. I know.
I know.
Especially when if you know that this trial is going to take a couple of weeks, and you're going to have to spend a couple of weeks in this trial, especially if you've got your own business, or this is going to hurt your
Exactly.
business for you
That's
to be
come
there.
up. A
Yeah.
juror member already said, well, hey, you said 3 weeks. You've already extended it another 2. Judge already put in that he needs budgeting for at least another 2 weeks. Now, that could mean trial, or it could also mean like jury deliberation and the back end work or whatever. But he did put in for the extra 2 weeks. We're already in the 3rd week. And based on the testimony I've heard so far, just to catch up with 404B for the jury, we're not done Friday. We still have the whole defense's case to put forward.
Right.
And I don't know what they're going to do, but they
I
did have
don't think the
a good-
defense is going to have anywhere near as many witnesses.
they had a very small section on the end. I'd say it was a
Mhm.
handful, maybe 10,
Mhm.
compared to 255. 250, like, oh my gosh. We're on witness 38. We went through 3 of them today. Well, we're going to be on 38 when, nope, that's 39. Sorry, I misspoke. The other thing I misspoke about, well, like I said, was about the redaction. I think I went with that with you, right? I want to make sure I said
Mhm.
that they did not redact it because I don't like putting misinformation out there. If I misspeak, I'm glad the murder minions, they go back and check the video. Like they go back and check what was actually said, and they come back to me later and they go, nope. And I appreciate that because I want the correct information out there all the time. Always is saying that Hartpulian's being very quiet this week. He is. Did you see Twitter? Like they're passing around pictures of him halfway falling asleep at the desk. He's taking a hit, as far as becoming a meme out there. I've been respectful. I haven't memed him myself, although I do find it quite humorous that he's having a hard time staying awake during a murder trial. But anyway,
Mhm. I totally get it. You know, there's been points when I've gotten really bored.
yeah. Well, especially with all of the submitting of the evidence, that was
Mhm.
like really boring. And then the cell phone data like really got me. And some
Mhm.
parts of the financial stuff, but not so much this one. When we talk about this,
I actually found the financial stuff quite interesting.
when especially her Jean Seckinger's testimony was hot. She was on a mission. Nobody was derailing her. Even when defense tried, it was like, nope, that's not what I said. This is what she kept saying because Alex stole it. Like no matter what, she was like, nope, this is the point. Like he did
Mhm.
wrong. Like you're not going to make me say
I
it.
really think that the prosecution told her to say that. Yeah, I mean, not specifically, this is what you need to
Mhm.
say. You don't ever dictate a person's testimony to them.
Right.
But you can suggest if they say is she may phrase it one way when they're discussing the case in before she goes out into the courtroom to testify, and this is going to be days in advance.
Hmm.
And the prosecution likely gave her the phrasing to use and said,
Yeah.
okay, rather than saying he took it, say Alex stole it, or rather than saying he embezzled it, say Alex stole it.
Right.
And that very likely was something she was told to say.
Yeah, and that's a good point to bring up. That a lot of the times how things get played out in the courtroom is all in the preparedness of the witnesses, how much
Mhm.
time you go over their testimony and everything they're going to do. Because like someone like Jamie Hall, who was someone who actually was just labeling and preparing evidence to be asked questions on what evidence meant, she knew she could say, that's not my area of expertise. You should go
Mhm.
ask so and so. And that played very well. To give the witnesses that confidence that not every question has to be answered is a big deal. Is a
Mhm.
big deal. When you feel it's not something in your wheelhouse or it's going to mislead or be misinformation, they are allowed to reject the claim. And then of course whoever's asking the question can ask the judge to make you answer it, but they won't go that far if they were doing that like pokey thing that they do, like just to try to get you to say something that they want for their side. Pete brings up this I have to bring up again because I got to see Tinsley last night, the video. He was very good and would have been the nail in a coffin. He made the defense attorney stumble. He did. He came at Barber like boom every time Barber was pushing back on his own lawyer. I mean, lawyers don't like to be criticized for how they lawyer. I don't
Mhm.
know why they thought that was going to go over well. We're going to it was just laughable to me that their point was, or at least what I think they were trying to project, who knows, was that it was a civil law case, okay, and that Mark Tinsley was overly aggressive in asking the amount of discovery he did to find out if Alex Murdaugh was hiding any money. And I want to bring up one point: civil lawsuit. What's the point? Settlement in money. You're not going to jail. There's nothing else here. Yeah, you're trying to ride along. In almost every case, it's about money. Who has the money? Who's going to pay the money? Who's going to say they did wrong and give us some cash? how they could say he was aggressive in trying to unearth the discovery of financials and to say like he was just being overly aggressive. He had a bone to pick, this and that. He's a civil attorney. He's a lawyer. That's what he's supposed to do for his clients. Like, and the
Mhm.
pushback from him to Barber was like, obviously, you've never done a civil suit. Like, and then when he's like, but the judge this and the judge that, and then Tinsley's like, so you're going to argue what the judge should have said when he's already given opinion on that? Like, he agreed with me, dude. Like, stop it. Like, I was just like, oh my God. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, lawyers going against lawyers to me it's kind of like it's kind of like WWE wrestling. You know, it's all a dance and an act, but it's really entertaining to watch the fight.
Mhm.
That make any sense? Like, I know they all know what's coming and everything, but it's so entertaining to watch when they definitely, those two didn't like each other very much. And then he dissed him at the end and said, "Who are you? Like, who was that?" I was like, "Oh God, not good, not good." Tinsley said F was lit when A started stealing money. Alex stole it. Yeah. It's true. That testimony, we're still going to hear that. We still have that coming up. I don't think that's. Am I remembering correctly, guys? Because every day is bleeding into another. These are long days. We're on day 13, the actual 8th day of trial testimony.
Mm-hmm. So what's your question? What time are they coming back? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, 2:30 they're coming back. We
Yeah,
have
they're
another
coming back
half
at
hour.
2:30. So we've got still another half an hour before they get back.
Yeah. I have not heard from Beck today, Sandy. I did send him a link. I haven't heard from him today. He had a big day yesterday. I'll be checking up with him after.
Was
If he
he traveling yesterday? Was that?
Yesterday he was traveling a lot and he had some appointments or something. He does come up a lot. I do enjoy he's coming. He loves true crime too. I didn't know he was a fan. I just learned that about him. That was like really cool. I did have a message last night, Sandy. I know he's okay. So I mean, he was okay last night. You know, maybe he's just sleeping in. Because he's a night owl like me. Some days you just have to. You got to catch up eventually. Even though I hear it's impossible to catch up on sleep. The studies say you can't actually, if you miss those hours of regular sleep, you never really catch up. That it's better to just, sleep how you're going to sleep day to day. Like if you can get your 7 to 8 or whatever, great. But don't think you're going to add them all what you're missing and sleep away the weekend and you're going to feel great. No, it doesn't work like that. At least that's what they tell me. I don't know.
I did that when I was in college. I got a job working as a waitress, third shift on Friday and Saturday nights. So I would go to school, I would go to class. And I also have always had trouble sleeping in the daytime. So I would go to class on Friday. I would work all night Friday night. I would study all day Saturday. I would work all Saturday night. I would go to church Sunday morning, right after I got off work. Then I would go to lunch, and then I would go to bed and sleep until Monday morning.
No, that's a very common for I did that mostly like in my teenage years, like more like high school, and actually at the beginning of college too. You're just like, oh, it was so overwhelming.
But I could never do that today.
No, I can't sleep more than a few hours at a time. Peter, I'm glad, Pete, that you saw it. And yes, one of the best parts about that footage is that when the lawyer came at him, Tinsley pulled out the actual documentation of the case from his shirt jacket because he carries it with him. Would you like to check? It was so good. I was laughing. It was it was pushback and everything, but it was quite comical and how it was done. At least to me, it was entertaining. I don't know. It did make good points though, that Alex Murdaugh was trying to hide from discovery. That they were trying to say that on June 10th, when the hearing was going to be for the Mallory Beach case, where financial discovery was going to be started and implemented. They were fighting about it. There was going to be a hearing on what would be allowed and what wouldn't, what was going to be allowed as far as discovery. the prosecution is putting that forward as part of the pressure that Alex felt, since he knew on June 7th, the day of the murder, that the partners had already discovered that he had absconded with $792,000 that was not his. And he was scrambling for a way to explain that to them, get some of the money back to them, that, oh, it was just a mistake. I deposited it to do this, and I forgot to tell you how to account for it. You know, he was going to go that route. But he also had June 10th coming up, a couple of days later, in where Paul is being indicted now on criminal charges for the boat accident. Okay. And he's also going through the civil lawsuit with Mark Tinsley on his hands, demanding financial discovery of every account that he owns, which means all those fake accounts are going to be known. Like,
Mhm.
and that's the prosecution's point. And so the defense is pushing back, saying, nah, that could have went the other way. The judge was definitely could. That's not pressure for Alex, because the judge could have went in his side. And he pulls the stuff out of his jacket and goes, but he didn't. No, like, discovery is discovery. And that's the point. Like, you know, he could have been hiding money, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Alex stole Sandy's southern
Southern
accent.
accent.
Wait a minute, what's going on in the chat? All right, whoever let Alex into the chat to get away with this stuff, somebody take care of him. Like, he should not be allowed to get away with this stuff in the chat. You know, and Alex stole my sleep. Yes, he did. Marky did it yesterday too. I was very upset. Thank you. Oh, it's true.
Alex sure gets around.
Yeah, yeah. He's a thief, apparently.
I assume he's out on bail, that he's
No,
not being
he's
held.
not. He is in jail.
Oh, he
Because
is.
of the
Okay.
amount of the crimes, because they involve so much money and the money can't be accounted for, he's a risk.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
talking
There's, yeah. I just,
99 criminal charges of the financial charges, 18 indictments that he's facing in the murder. Pretty much after they found out about the shot in the head thing being fake, he's pretty much a risk to himself and the people out there right now. They're going to keep him in.
mhm.
He's a flight risk. He's a danger. The mentality that he showed after the murders with the shot in the head incident kind of sealed that for them, that once he was arrested for what he was staying in. I like how Tinsley said something about not needing a full-scale forensic audit, something a 5-year-old could see. Yes, he did. He said, listen, you don't need a 5-year audit to see something that anybody else could see. He said, you're grasping at straws, is basically what he told the defense. And then called him, keep trying. This is fun. Like, you know, he was having a good time. They could not push him. Mhm. He's a Zero Dark Tinsley. What does that mean? That's his nickname always? I didn't know that. That's striking. What do you think Zero Dark means?
Well, from Zero Dark 30, the
Okay.
movie.
Mhm. I don't know the movie. Is it a lawyer movie? I don't know.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna have to
it's a
watch
war
it now.
movie.
It's a war movie. Oh,
Mhm.
so okay. So he's very efficient. Hello, Never Darling. Nice to see you. Oh, Obama. Oh, what is that? Alex stole Trump's Sharpies. Anna. Okay. Osama. Oh, I'll remember the Zero Dark. Oh, also, was that like the name of the mission or something? Is that why you guys are saying that?
Who knows?
Oh my goodness. No, he in the slammer. He will stay in jail for a long time. Yes. Even without being tried. I agree, Pete. He's going to be in there. I missed your punchline. I'm sorry.
I don't know. I think if he gets convicted, he's not going to last very long in prison.
Oh. I don't. It depends on who's in there that he wronged, or like,
Mhm.
and if it's true that with this drug addiction that he was having to deal with some people like Curtis Smith is something like they don't want in. Curtis Smith has already been convicted of the drug crimes, has already confessed and already give evidence of what Alex Murdaugh asked him to do. Murdaugh asked him to shoot him in the head so that he could do a insurance claim for his son, Buster, to get money. being the one survivor. And that I want to talk. I'm really interested in talking to Bearded about, because does that also kind of allude to the fact that maybe this was a murder suicide and he just kind of like he couldn't do it.
Chickened out.
He kind of couldn't do it, so he then paid somebody to finish it for him. And
It's possible.
all
That's
along
entirely possible.
he had to choose the oldest son to carry on for the family because he was so close to other relatives of the family, and just to keep, because in the, the old school way of thinking is the family line, right? You got to keep part of that going. Or maybe he had to make a decision on that. I don't know.
I think it was more of a practical issue. He wasn't there. It was more difficult to get them all.
Maybe he declined to come. Like, I want to hear that testimony. Where was everybody keeps saying that Buster Murdaugh has a solid alibi. Nobody's telling me what it is. And when I look, I don't see anything definitive about what it was.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we're going to find out. I wonder how much he knew, because he's at the trial and he makes some really strange facial expressions. I know we can't go by that, but sometimes he seems to be smirking, smiling. But then again, everybody he knows is there. It has been a little while since his mom and his brother are dead, and like every day can't be horrible.
The real question is, does he believe his dad did it or not?
He looks distressed at some of the testimony. He
Mhm.
does. He looked really upset when the financial stuff started coming out. But he also, when Crosby was on the stand crying about Paul, was very affected. When some of the friends were up there, he was very affected. It must not be hard. And he also went to law school too, didn't he? Buster was a law
I don't know.
student. Always, I'm correct, right? Buster Murdaugh was a law student. I don't know if he dropped out or if he was, just didn't continue or what. He was absent for a lot of it, but he was there for some. And he's been there since the jury's been there.
Buster's alibi. Alex stole it.
That's why I can't find it. Thank you. Okay. We're going to have to search Alex, man. Alex has everything.
Except he loses everything too.
And he was serious about that gunshot, because then when the guy said he wouldn't complete it, he wrestled the gun away from him. He shot himself. Like, he was serious about this happening, and he just didn't do a good job. He ended up calling 911 himself. Yep, always says he did go to law school. Yeah, it does so. But he's not a lawyer now, right? So I'm assuming he didn't finish, or he didn't sit for the board. Well, whatever do they call it a board like they do in the medical?
No, it's the bar. You
The
sit for
bar.
The bar.
The bar. Nope, there you go. Oh, yeah. Very nice. I do agree with you, though. If he did do it under that and he couldn't finish, yeah, I agree. But it just shows also some of although if that premise is true, that he was trying to spare his family from the anguish of finding all of this out about him. And he couldn't actually, and spare himself the anguish, let's be real, of seeing them through his eyes. I mean, through their eyes, seeing how they're dealing with it and knowing that they're going to feel a certain way. He's saving himself too. But it shows, based on the fact that he's still alive, a little bit of a narcissistic, a little bit of a tendency of me, which the financial crimes also kind of support, not caring about who he was taking what from. The CPA knew him for 23 years, worked with him for 23 years. And as soon as she questioned him about anything, he started looking at her like, what do you want now? And what are you doing? And it didn't matter,
Always Createful has some more information for us. He was kicked out second semester for plagiarism.
Well, what do you know? Plagiarism. Wow.
Yeah, sounds like the Murdaugh family.
It sounds like that particular line of it. Exactly. Yes. Oh.
You have to wonder if his wife knew something was going on as well.
Oh, she said he thinks he's got readmitted or he's working on it. There you go. I'm curious to follow up on that one. Hey, Beck.
Hey, Beck, we were talking about you about 10 minutes ago.
Yes, the chat was looking for you. They missed you, boo. And you're more
I
than welcome.
think Beck's ears were burning, and that's why he
Were
had to
they?
come on. Yeah.
Were they burning, Beck, when we were up here talking about you? We got another 20 minutes of this break. No pressure, though. Whatever you want to do, dude. But always know you're welcome. Yeah. Well, that chat's happy now. Okay, there you go. Who thinks the bomb threat was a distraction?
Yeah, well, there's no question it was a distraction. The question is who called it in and why? Who was trying to distract who? I don't know.
Well, that is interesting. There were rumors that Curtis Smith was going to be testifying today. Maybe the people that called in the bomb threat hadn't heard that that was only a rumor, that he's not coming today. Maybe it was a message to the drug dealer. Who knows? Because that's the kind of stuff that people like that do. Not so much like the office secretary or the assistant that was testifying today. Why try to do that to her? I mean, that testimony's already in there. It's already been spoken to. If you're going to blow somebody up, maybe it should have been, when other testimony for 404B came out, like Mark Tinsley or Jenny Seckinger, like those were pretty hard hitting testimony. Or Chris Wilson, the best friend. I mean, that was a really damning testimony on what he knew. And that's the one I wanted to ask more about, Granny. During that testimony, Chris Wilson put it out there in 404B testimony in camera for the judge, the prosecution, and the defense that they had a conversation, Alex Murdaugh and Chris Wilson, about his drug dependency, how long it had been, how he was feeling overwhelmed, how he was going to try to get help, how he had done everybody wrong because of it. That's in there already under the in camera. You would think if Chris Wilson gets to testify again, which they haven't opposed him testifying that I know of. I'm looking for any information after streams. I don't see any filings. It's hard to get a hold of the filings, first off, because this is sealed down pretty tight. You can't even get a picture of the pictures until they release them by dribs and drabs, only after they've been non-contested and approved by everybody. You don't get anything. But it is in camera. So they didn't protest then. I'm thinking they're not going to have a good idea of protesting it.
Well, my question is, do we really know that there was no protest? Once they finished the in-camera portion, did the attorney then make an argument that was not in camera?
That's true, because they do mute us whenever they go sidebar unless it's something he's answering. So yeah, that you're valid, fair point. Thank you for making it, because that's true. Just because we didn't hear it doesn't mean, and we don't see it, doesn't mean he didn't make an objection to it, because I thought that was quite prejudicial. And in a way, kind of, is that here? Yeah, I want to ask you about hearsay. Okay.
Anything that Murdaugh says is not hearsay.
Okay, so anything he said.
By definition, okay. The hearsay rule is this. I love talking about the hearsay rule.
Thank you.
You cannot testify in court to an out-of-court statement for the purpose of proving the truth of that statement. Now, there's about 32 exceptions to the hearsay rule. And the first one is admission of a party opponent. It's not considered... Well, the purpose behind the hearsay rule is that the other party has no opportunity to defend against it because they can't question the person who made the original statement. But if I go and testify to what a party to the trial said, that is not hearsay, because that person is right there to defend themselves and say, I never said that. They have that opportunity. So they're not deprived of any kind of opportunity.
Okay, so in the instance of several people were saying it was hearsay when Jenny Seckinger was testifying to what her and what other secretaries or assistants in the office had said or done. But because those were witnesses coming through that had already clarified that.
No,
That is
no.
not
Being
hearsay?
witnesses is not an exception.
Okay, so why did
So-
that come in? Why was that allowed without objection? Like the judge didn't say a word about that. She spoke often of conversations she's had with partners and
Mhm.
the assistants and Alex Murdaugh's assistant and several other people in the office and repeated what they said or what she did, but mostly concentrating on what she said and what she got from the conversation. But she did quote them quite a few times. And we were going back and forth in the chat, especially my friend Mandy. We're like, what's going on with hearsay here? Like nobody's
There
saying
can be
anything.
there can be any number of reasons why the testimony was not objected to. One possible reason is because the other side felt that it was just as favorable as to them. Possibly they felt that they could use the testimony to their own good. Possibly because they knew that the testimony was going to come in from another source, so there was no point in barring it here. Like, if, as you mentioned, the other people were all witnesses, they may have preferred to have it all come in through one witness, then call witness after witness after witness to each testify to a different portion of the conversation.
Right. And so like there were people coming forward. There's an ex-partner coming forward, Crosby, about the conversations. There's Annette Griswold, who we heard earlier today, confirms a lot of the conversations and emails that were received, because she also spoke about clients getting in touch with her. And I remember then something did come up about that. And the witness herself said, it's not hearsay if they talk to me directly. The clients contacted me. That she told the defense that. She said, no, they spoke to me directly. I'm telling you, they talked to me directly. That's different. So we're talking about a lot of emails that went back and forth, clients notifying herself, other attorneys' offices like Curtis Wilson, who she had to contact and speak with his assistant as far as where the money went, or why don't we have this money from you? And then she's confirming, well, you don't have it because we sent it to Alex Murdaugh. You do have
And
it.
and
You
Alex
did.
stole it.
And Alex stole it. Right. But that does help clarify it. But what other 32 exceptions might apply here as to why we're hearing so much of this?
You mean a conversation between a group of people?
A group of people, or just like what I said, Jenny Seckinger talked to people in other offices and is relating those conversations as testimony.
Okay, one of the most prominent is if the testimony is not being used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. In other words, if the purpose of her testimony is to say that she had this conversation, or that these people were talking to her, or to show what relationship she had with these people, but not to prove the truth of what that person had said to her, then it's not hearsay.
Okay, so it's not to prove the truth of what's said. It's just to prove that this is the actions I took to make the statement that Alex stole it.
Right.
That's what you're telling me. As long as
I'm
all those
telling you that that's one
conversations-
possibility.
That's one possibility.
That's one
Okay.
possibility.
So that's one of the 32. Now where do I find all
Now,
the
no, don't nail me on 32. I pulled that number
No,
out
but
of the
now
air.
I want to know.
It's a long list.
I'm going to be searching rules of hearsay after this to find like all of them.
Exceptions to the hearsay rule. Yeah,
Exceptions,
there's
yep.
plenty of them.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
But
if you want a few more, one is called excited utterance.
Oh,
like if someone runs up to you and says, "Oh my God, I can't believe he was shot," you can testify to that because that's called an excited utterance. It's very unusual for a person to lie or to have a different motive for saying something that they just say out of that because they're in the heat of the moment. They're very excited. Dying declaration is another exception. If somebody is dying and they tell you something, you can testify to what they told you as they were dying.
that's interesting too. Oh, yes, because that would be pertinent, because you need an exception to that, because you can't, bring them in to testify because they're not here anymore.
Right. But the real reason behind that one is, and it's a religious one, believe it or not, is it's believed that if a person is dying, they know that they are about to meet their maker and they're not going to die with a lie on their lips. So they are much more likely to be telling you the truth if they are dying while they say it.
So is this what they call the reverence exception? You know, like because it should
No,
have
not
more
really.
weight because their conscience is genuinely activated at the time. You know,
Not so much that is, you know, like I said, that, you know, there's just this general belief that people are less likely to lie if they're dying.
It's true. I think we all have that, like, you know, you get to the end and you don't we as we get older, we just don't really have time for that kind of like BS anymore, right?
I don't know about get older, but
I mean,
you know,
a lot of us don't anyway, but I mean, as you go through your life and you think about it, you do decide what you'll waste your time on and what you won't.
Mhm.
When you realize that time isn't as long as you think it is, like there is like an end coming, you know,
Well,
eventually. Yeah.
for that particular exception, the person has to know that they are dying, you know, that they have minutes to live or hours to live.
Yeah. What the name of that movie was Dark Zero. What was the last word of Dark Zero?
30. Dark
30.
Zero 30.
I'm putting a note in the chat for my movie watcher friend. You put it on the list because now I'm curious. Why would they call Tinsley that? I want to see in the movie now. You know, I don't know. With age comes wisdom. Yes, they say. I'm waiting to get smarter though. With age for me comes massive. I was so serious in my youth. They actually the opposite with me. I'm getting a little more silly in my with my wisdom than my age as I go. I'm finding much more humor in things. Actually, extremely.
Anna gives a really good example of the dying utterance or the dying
Mhm.
declaration
put that
is
up
a
there.
dying wife tells an officer that her husband stabbed her. Yeah, my husband
Right.
stabbed me. That the officer can testify to that. Yeah.
Mhm. Now, hearsay. That's another thing. With officers of with officers of the court, you know, to everybody in law enforcement, everybody involved with the legal system and all, uh, does the same hearsay rule apply in an
Yes.
investigation?
Mhm.
So even
Mhm.
in an investigation, it's only like it's not what somebody told somebody to told somebody else, right?
Correct.
It's got to be
Mhm.
exactly what the witness, who you're talking to, says. That's what you testify to. What if that person is telling you what somebody else said? Is that admissible? At least it is for the investigation, because that's not in a court of law, right?
Right. It is for the investigation, but it's not going to be admissible in court. The officer then needs to go to the person. If an officer is investigating a crime scene and person A says person B did it, or
Mhm.
no, person A says person B told me that person C did it, the officer then needs to go to person B and talk to person B and find out what they heard. You know, why did they make that statement? Did they know something? Did they see something? So yeah, it's good information for an investigation, but it's not going to be admissible at trial.
Oh, there you go. So, but they can, if it does come up, how they were led to a certain thing, are they allowed to say that
They
during an
can say
interview?
that, you know, this person told me that that person said it, so I went and talked to that person, and
Right.
that person confirmed that,
But
yes,
they can
I said
allude
this.
it, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Okay. They're just not allowed to repeat it as a statement of on record, like because it didn't
Well,
come from them, right?
yeah, yeah. They can't go and say, well, I know the person C did it because person A told me that person B told them that person C did it. Yeah.
So they link it, then they go talk to them all and they say, and then when I directly talked to person B, they said this. And then when I directly talked to person C, they said this, you know.
Well, person C, of course, is going to say they didn't do it.
Of course, of course.
So
Person
yeah,
C never did it. You know why? Because
because Alex stole it.
That's gonna be like that's not gonna get old for a long time. Like people are gonna be
No.
saying, Claire, stop it. It's 3 months post-trial. Stop it. Stop it. Like this will be too much. Oh gosh. I'm just checking the feeds. If this pops up, people, I apologize, but it happens. I think I said it so that it won't, but we'll see. They still just have the lovely little, let's just see. Yep. Still the lovely little thing there. We'll put Granny and I back up there.
We still have
Well,
6 more minutes.
Yep. They, you know, they're. I'm always checking on them because they're late. They're late. but I really have no room to talk. I'm late from my 9:15 every day this week. But I make it before 9:30, but I'm late, like 3 minutes here, 4 minutes there, depending on what's going on with the feeds. A lot of time the feeds are like really wacky in the morning. I'm trying to find some of the best ones. I always end up with this one local one right from like the area that happens to be big enough to have a strong feed, but not big enough that so many people are watching it, because there's other ones that are bigger around it, because that affects it too. And how many people are trying to pull from it. Well, it's been an interesting experience for me. I don't know. You ever try to live feed somebody else's feed for like extended hours? I
No.
send you caution. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare.
I imagine.
It's made me jump through tech hoops that I never even thought of, yeah.
Liam Wakefield says that Alex stole his deathbed confession.
Oh,
I think Alex stole your death too.
he stole your death and your deathbed confession. Did he come back? He
Well, the
sold
good
one
thing
and
is
then
that
come
means
back? Yeah.
Liam is going to live forever.
I like that, Liam. I want you around because, I like it. I like it a lot. We have very interesting conversations. He's a joy. They're back to talking heads. Alex stole it. Damn it, Alex. Is that it now, Beck? Damn it, Alex. Alex stole it, and damn it, Alex. Damn it, Alex. Yeah. Or just the hashtag Alex. I don't know anybody named Alex is going to be able to live this one down. Or Alec. Is it Alex Murdaugh or Alex Murdaugh? They pronounce it so hard in the South that the X's sound like CK to me.
Well, there was one time that you pronounced it in a way that I almost laughed over, because you
It sounds
made
like
it sound
murder,
like
didn't it?
murder.
Yeah.
Yes, Alex
It-
Murder.
I did that in the beginning when I first started covering it for my Monday series, like the True Crime and Update series that I do every Monday. And the case, we were talking about the advancements in the pre-hearings and the stuff that was going on and everything before we got to trial. Well, every once in a while, I would say murder instead of Murdaugh, and it got to be a thing. And then I straightened it out. And then I get into like maybe day 2 of the trial, and Bearded Heretic comes flying into the chat and starts making Murdaugh jokes. And it's been a mess since then. It's back in my head that way. I can't get it out.
So it's the
And
Alex murder trial.
it is. And anytime it's funny because it's mostly when we talk about Paul that I mispronounce the name, because actually Paul was murdered. And I think whenever I think Paul, that's what I think. And I think that's why I mess it up the mostly when we bring Paul into it. Because Alex Murdaugh, like, I know the name. I say it regularly. I've been saying it on Monday shows for weeks and months and almost a year and a half now. So I know how to pronounce it. It just gets messed up occasionally, especially when you're talking Murdaugh. And like, I own my goofiness about that. I mispronounce things a lot, and I don't mind being corrected. I try to get it right afterwards. But you're right. I did slip up quite a bit in the last few days, and I blame Bearded Heretic, and I hope he hears this.
And Beck says Alex is a murderer.
A murderer. That's it. Like, Bearded came in. I think the first thing he said is like, "Claire, your accused has a very unfortunate surname," and
He
that was
does.
it. I was like, "Oh, ouch!" Yes, they are murdering the language. Oh my gosh, I gotta put that up. I love this. They are murdering the language. Yes, they are. They are. Murderer. Yeah, a murderer instead of a murderer.
Anna
News
says the
here.
news there pronounces it as Murdoch.
During the
A-
trial, several people have. Yeah.
Does Anna live in the vicinity of the trial?
Anna, you can answer that if you'd like. Look at Shill's name, Alex Stoll.
Autistic Shell.
She Shill, my mod Shill constantly changes her name to fit the situation. I mean, she's been Bear's hostage. She's been like, Bear's troll. She's been like, oh gosh, I don't know, Bear's prisoner. I think at one time, I don't know how I locked her up, but apparently I did. But Alex Stoll, autistic Shill. I hope we get you back, Shill. Alex doesn't deserve to keep you.
And Beck says the weather is Murdaughing me.
Ah, this is gonna be a thing, Beck. Is this gonna be? Oh gosh, this is gonna be a thing. Now it's in my head. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce anything for the rest of the week. You guys know that, right? Yep.
Mhm.
Alex Murdaugh. Okay. Oh, she lives
Okay,
in South
Anna's in South
Dakota.
Dakota, so no, not even close.
Nope. But they do during the trial. Even the prosecution has said Alec Murdaugh. Like he says it really hard. It sounds like Murdaugh, even though I know he's saying Murdaugh.
Mhm.
But that accent on the end, and quite even the last his assistant referred to him and she said Alec instead of saying Alex. It sounds like Alec when she pronounces it.
Mhm.
Um,
Alec is short for Alex. Or maybe if you have two, you have Alex, and if you only have one, you have Alec.
maybe me from New Jersey. I just say Alex. I mean his middle name is Alexander, so
Mhm.
Alex is like the proper pronunciation of the shortening, I think. But however they do it, Murdaugh getting slang. Oh no! Here we go. Murdaugh getting slang. I'm gonna Murdaugh that fool if he don't bring me my money. I know I'm gonna Murdaugh. That's it. Okay, it's gonna be an Urban Dictionary by the end of the week. Okay, Jin. But will you be able to say "I love you" in duo later? We shall see. Jin, we shall see. It is game night. And I love you means something totally different in this card game duo, which is an online version of Uno. It's really rough. And he's right. I love you means something totally different. Playing duo. Just it's a good game. We slap cards and nobody gets hurt. Oh, she said I wasn't Bear's prisoner, but I had Zombie Shill, F Beer Shillin, and FBI Steve. Did it bear something? I forget. I don't know. There was always a bear something for a while there. Mhm. Yes, and Beck
So are
says
they
with lots of twists that make it better than Uno. Thank you, Beck. Thank you.
coming back now?
I don't hear them. I have the feed up. It's coming right from the newsroom. But can leave that there if you don't mind being on the side. Just we can hear them
I
usually.
don't mind being
You'll
on the
hear
side. The
scuffling.
big thing that I'm wondering is if they are going to end up having to
Post-
call it for the afternoon.
I wonder.
That's what I've been checking the threads for, and I keep refreshing my screen about the trial, and I'm not finding anything.
Yeah.
Okay, here's
Sandy-
something new 15 minutes ago saying it was halted, but that doesn't mean it's halted permanently.
Right.
It could be temporarily.
Right. Sandy, do you mind telling me which feed you're watching? I don't, I'm not worried about all of that. If you don't mind saying which other feed you chose, because to me, like if it's law and crime, they should be talking about it, but they would just be talking in circles anyway, just repeating that they left the same thing that the judge actually told us ourselves. And that's what that means, right? Like halted. That's what the judge did. He said, let's take a break and then just go into lunch. So
Now, this article from ABC News is more recent and is a little more thorough. It says Jay Bender, a media liaison for the court, said people would be allowed back inside once law enforcement is done thoroughly sweeping the premises. So the question is, have they finished sweeping the premises? Have they found anything? What's I don't know what the situation is right now.
that doesn't. Well, it sounds like we will. I mean, court goes till 5. Knowing this judge, court goes till 5:30. Like if there's a chance for even an hour of testimony, he's bringing everybody back if they're there. Yeah. And where would they send the jury with something like this? Are they all together somewhere? They hustle them across the street?
Most likely they didn't send them anywhere in particular. They just told them to leave and be back in 2 hours, and they can go wherever they please.
Just
Unless
like
the jury is sequestered, then they can go wherever they please. Even when they have a lunch break, the jury can go eat lunch wherever they wish. But
Yeah,
if the jury is sequestered, then there will be a specific place they will take
I don't
them.
think they're sequestered because he just
No.
reminds them not to discuss it with anybody every
Right.
time they're dismissed.
Right.
And he dismisses them so they don't hear certain things, but he does remind them all the time, don't discuss anything. Even when they were leaving now under emergency, don't discuss the case. He
Mhm.
reminds witnesses if they have to be crossed or if they're still on the witness stand, like we have now with, I do believe they swore had Hudak in. So like he can't talk to anybody out there either.
Mhm.
You're gonna have to be
Mhm.
quiet. That's gonna be different. But I hear you, Shill. I know you love me. I'll sit next to you once in a while, but you're rough on that game, man. I don't know. I can't sit next to you in the whole game. But, all right. It's law and crime. Okay. I listen there during court and come over here when they break. I see more screens. They are just a few seconds faster. I bounce, in other words. Okay, thank you. I do like law and crime. I just don't like how they talk over stuff and they bring, the commercials and the commentaries. Like I don't, that's why I'm not using their feed. Also, I got a little offended when they tried to like take down half of the legal channels for using their feed when the judge put out a public feed in the Johnny Depp trial.
Mm.
And that's all it was. It was a public feed. And the reason was reminded to me that the reason I can use this news media feed is the judge had declared an order that this was a public feed. If he had not done that, I would not be able to do this also because actually the feed is coming from another source, not
Mhm.
directly out of the courtroom. The media is putting out there. But the reason that the media gets to put out there is under this judge's order. And he said, make it available. And so it's available.
Mhm.
There you go.
Ox says it will take them most of the day to clear the building. That's what I was afraid of. He says they have to search every
Oh,
inch to be safe. That's what I was
do you
afraid of.
think?
I'm not sure they're going to come back.
Yeah, do you think? Well, this news channel would possibly put up an announcement then, right? I think.
They would as soon as the judge calls it for the day. But, obviously the judge is still in hopes that they will finish the sweep in time that they can come back.
Yeah.
But,
Well, I can still hear that
it's
feed, even though they can't see it. It's still active with the audio, so we'll
Mhm.
hear if anybody comes on that feed. But I lowered it just so I could hit it faster because if they don't and they put up that ending thing like they did yesterday that blew all our eardrums out, that
Mhm.
siren thing that comes on in
Mhm.
the middle of the night when your TV goes off when they
Mhm.
stop
Test
content out.
signal.
Yeah,
Yep.
the test signal
That's
came on and just blew us all away. This way I
Mhm.
can hit it real quick with the mute, but I can't hit it with the mute if it's up on the screen. And I don't want to hurt anybody. That was terrible. I felt so bad. Yeah. Um. Oh, yeah, they're not over talking. That's good. Yeah. Thank you, Alex Stoll Shill. Thank you for trolling through Twitter to find something. Let me know what comes up. I'm not actually searching because I don't want to affect the feed. And I found that that's been adding to the cache as I go, especially with these long ones. If we have to be up for 8.5, it just keeps piling up.
Mhm.
Mm. Oh, good. It would. I'm hoping that they, that was enough time. I mean, the courthouse is pretty big, but I'm sure it was an emergency and they sent lots of people, right?
I don't know. I don't know how many they have that are qualified to do this. You'd have to have someone that is qualified to identify a bomb to be doing the search. I don't know how many people they have in town that fit that qualification.
Here we go. Liam says we would get regular bomb threats at one place I worked. We were hardly ever out for more than 2 hours. Well, that's good. Well, that's in the UK. I think we might take a little longer. We're a little less organized here sometimes. Although with bomb threats, I think after everything our country's been through, I think maybe not. Maybe that's a misspeak on my part.
When I was in high school, there were a couple times we got bomb threats and they would just send us home. And it almost always was a high school student that was calling in the bomb threat because they wanted to go home. That was a thing for, I don't know, a few months that we had 3 or 4 of them and then it stopped.
Yeah, we get fire drills and stuff. Remember that? Like people would just go and pull it, and nobody
Mhm.
knew what was
Yeah,
going
but
on.
fire drill only got you a break for
A
maybe a
smoke
half
break.
an hour. Yeah.
I swear half the class would want a smoke break, and somebody would go do that. That's for
Mhm.
just that
But
purpose.
bomb threat, we got sent home. They called the buses and we went home.
Let us know if the camera shakes wildly and there is a big bang. I surely will, but I don't think there will be. But we can see the feed down below and we can hear it. You'll hear the big bang if there is one. Like I said, I just want to be able to mute it quickly so it doesn't hurt anybody if that does happen. Because I want to keep it live. Often we can hear them shuffling in. What the Beck says that the other channel is discussing it because it's taking so long. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yep, of
That
course.
makes sense.
I could see why they're 10 minutes past what he said, but I could see why it would take
Mhm.
a little bit longer. I'm not
And
panicking yet.
yeah, and when the judge said 2 hours, that was his best guess as to how long. These things are not common. It's not like, he's been through this 5 times before and he knows how long it's going to take.
Yep.
These things are very rare, and so he's just
Oh,
having to throw out a guess.
well, I don't know about that, Ox. Being a courthouse, does that mean the feds have to show up to do it
No,
instead of
no, because
local?
this is a state courthouse, not a federal courthouse.
There you
These are
go.
state charges, not federal.
This is, see? Thank you very much because I wouldn't have had that.
Reminds me, how high is your ceiling? When I was in a law school class, a professor asked a question and a student gave an answer. And the professor's response was, "How high is your ceiling?" And we all going, "What?"
Mm.
The ceiling in a state courtroom is 8 feet high. The ceiling in
Oh,
a federal courtroom is 16 feet high. If you are in federal court, your answer is correct. But if you're in state court, your answer is incorrect. So how high is your ceiling?
how high? Okay. That's good to know. That is good to know. Record says there's another big case going on if you want something to occupy yourselves. Something about the rapper XXX Tenacious murder robbery hit job is going on the other channel if you want to check that out. But not me. I know nothing about that case, Record. You're going to have to fill me in later. If they can't, okay, Halko, I'm going to give you this one. Thank you. If they can't find the bomb, we know who stole it. I'll give you one guess, Granny. Who? Right? Oh,
Claire
maybe
Bear.
Alex stole the
Claire
bomb.
stole it.
Yeah. No, not me. I'm not stealing the bomb. Well, yeah, I would. I would get it out of there because I want the trial to continue. Like I don't. Yes. Yeah.
You remember that Batman movie where he's running around with that bomb trying to find a place to throw it? Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
You can't get rid of. Oh God. I hope never to have
Oh,
a
you don't
bomb like
remember that
that.
movie? It's a 1960s or 1970s movie. It was either the first or one of the first Batman movies ever. And he's got
Yeah.
this bomb and he runs to go and throw it over into the water, and there's this family of ducks down there. So he runs
Oh.
to another place and there's this group of nuns over there. And he runs to another place and there's a group of children over there. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Oh, what to do? What to do? Not the ducks, not the nuns, not the kids. Like really? Yeah.
Mhm.
Right. Just to have to
Mhm.
blow himself up there. It's a good thing he has those like special suits. They can't get hurt.
And thank you, Beck. That
Yeah.
was very kind.
That is very nice. I agree with you absolutely. Kelly's one of the nicest people to talk to out here on YouTube. She's always been very, very gracious, welcoming too. Very
Well, thank you.
welcoming. Oh, let's see. No, thank you, Sandy. That's a nice compliment. She said they're all like high-paid shills on the other channel. She'd rather hear Claire or Granny or read the chat. Yes, the chat is one of the, I have to admit, one of the best parts about this. It's not so much me up here talking. It's actually talking with you guys in the chat. Some of
Right.
your theories, some of the conversations that you're having, even when we got off topic a little bit, you
Mhm.
make it very enjoyable. This would be impossible without you. I can't imagine being up here without all of you interacting. It would be it would be the worst thing ever just listening to the trial. I would be listening to the trial by myself at home, but I wouldn't be doing it on YouTube. I still would be listening, but it's much more enjoyable with all of you, especially the murder minions of you out there who just love this stuff. When Jujubee and Mandy start going back and forth about the little tiny details that annoy them, like for Mandy, it's been the hearsay rule. And I'm glad we got some of that information out there for her. I know she's been listening even while she's at work so that we understand better why they're not jumping up and the judge isn't going in. The other one, while we're waiting, is leading. Granny, how do you feel about the leading rules that have been going on? Prosecution tends to lead a little bit with these.
I've noticed that too.
Yeah.
There are times when it kind of is necessary, to let the witness know what direction you're wanting to go in, but you really don't have to lead. There definitely could be a lot more objection, and the judge could admonish the attorney not to lead. But on the other hand, they're just going to rephrase the question. And once they've asked the leading question, the witness knows what they want. And so once they rephrase the question, you're still going to get what you want out of it. So there really isn't a whole lot of point to the objection or the admonishment other than to tell the attorney, to stop doing that in the future. It's a nitpicky point, just to rephrase the question.
He doesn't do it all the time, but occasionally you will hear the judge go, no leading, like without anybody actually objecting. He's just reminding them, come on, like, don't make me do it. Don't make me do it, which I appreciate because he's got respect, for the situation. He doesn't want to make a big deal. He wants them to present their case, but, don't give anybody something to complain about, I guess is his point.
Right. But you are permitted to lead on cross-examination. You are also permitted to lead a hostile witness.
Right. They have to declare them hostile, right? Like they tell the judge, and then,
Well, I need to get going.
Okay.
But thank you very much for having me on. It's been fun.
Well, thank you. I couldn't wait to ask you some of those questions. I'm so glad that we got the opportunity. And feel free anytime you're around. I'll drop that link, even if you have a few minutes. If you have anything to say, you're always welcome. You're always
okay.
Ellie. All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Hopefully we'll have trials in a little while.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that was an extra special street. Everybody, I hope you appreciate all of the opinion that Godless Granny can give us and answer some of those questions that have been hanging out in the chat that I can't answer. I'm not legal. I don't. Granny's got the expertise to do it. And it was wonderful to hear her opinion on it, her perception of things that are going on, and to answer some of those questions. Really appreciate it, Granny. Kelly, thank you so much. Come back anytime. Yeah. So everybody, are you going to hang out for a little while we wait? Because I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm not going to cut and run because we may still have some trial. So hopefully, if you want, I'm going to just stay here and we could talk about anything you want. And thank you, T King. That is a very nice compliment. Thank you very much. That really does mean a lot to me. She says that it's our chat and ourselves that make it better to watch any trial, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah. The great hide and seek champion. Never have seen him, Pete. Who is that? Who are we talking about? She's out. She's brilliant. I would say brilliant. I enjoy every conversation I've had with her. I enjoy the content. And by the way, everybody, I will be putting the link in the description. But if a mod could grab her link and drop it, I would appreciate that. I'm trying not to search too much to mess up the feed. But if anybody could drop Godless Granny's link, that would be fantastic. Beck!
Hello.
He's not my daddy. He's not my daddy today. It's Wednesday. It's only my daddy on Monday.
So Monday is daddy back. The third day of the week is Wednesday back. Okay, I got it now.
Okay. Hey, you're the one who showed up as my daddy. I don't know what to tell you. You put it out
Well,
there.
because I had
I'll-
changed it the day before because they were teasing me. When I came back in the next day after I was half asleep, I didn't change
I
it
know.
back.
It's funny. 'Cause, like in Discord, that's what I tell everybody. Like on Mondays, daddy big. Daddy big. That's what it is.
That's
Like,
right.
you
That's
know.
right. On
Mhm.
Fridays, you just watch out. You're gonna see what that's gonna happen.
Uh-oh, I can't
It's
wait to
gonna
see
get
what you're doing this
crazy on
Friday.
Friday.
Oh, ooh, that's not too far away. I got something to look forward to. Thank you. Oh. So, how much did you get to
Yeah.
see? I know you slept in, but did you get to see any of the trial yet?
Well, I didn't sleep in. I woke up and I had no internet, and I fought with it from 7 until 8, and then I went back to
Ugh.
bed and slept for like 4 hours. I set an alarm for an hour, and I slept right through it, so I must have needed to sleep. And then I woke up and I was like, "Oh shit!" And yeah, and then the bomb threat already happened. So here I am. I
Yeah,
missed the
well,
whole morning.
that's okay. When you get to replay, Godless Granny gave us some great things about hearsay and leading, about her opinion on the prosecution, how they're doing, and the defense. And we talked about certain pieces of
Oh,
evidence, and it was fun. It was
I
actually
know.
fun. Yeah.
Kelly's amazing. I mean, I should call her Granny because that's what everybody knows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Granny.
Granny's amazing. I've known her for quite a while, and I think it's been almost 3 years now. I think
Mhm.
this somewhere between March and May will be 3 years ago I met her, and
Mhm.
yeah, and she's just great. She's a great person. She's kind and loving and caring and accepting of everybody, and
Mhm.
she's just an amazing person in general.
She was so, when I say welcoming, I really mean it, because like I met her through my association with the hereticals. I know atheist
Yeah.
pastor had invited me to be part of Six Pack, and I went over there, and it was the first time that I let everybody on YouTube know that I was an atheist. I wasn't part of the atheist community because I never really felt there was a part for me in it. Like I didn't know where to go. It seemed to be so many
Yeah.
different sections, and I didn't know where to fit in, and it wasn't like anybody was looking for me either. You know what I mean? So like when I went over there with the atheist pastor and she was there, she's just so welcoming. And then we just started talking, and she's done a couple things on my channel. I've been on her channel. One of the best
Oh,
people out
cool.
here to talk to. One of the best
Oh,
people,
she
like
really is.
even Tempered, a great source for information. When I wanted to go at Texas about their legal stuff, I mean, I could talk to her about it, and it was all like, she gives me the legal points and everything. She understood I was passionate about it, but she would remind me about points of law. It's so gently, and so you get the point. You don't feel embarrassed. You don't feel,
Yeah.
like you're being told. She just gives it to you straight and kind. And I have to say, like you said, one of the best people out there. I can't tell you enough. That's why I want that link. Thank you so much for dropping that link. If you guys don't subscribe to her, give her a look, especially if you're interested in some of the more pointful uh, information she puts out there in regards to theism, and how people are using the Bible to put misinformation out there. And if you're not following our Twitter, well, I think you should. That's a real treat if you'd like to see how she answers some of the people putting misinformation out there about some of the Bible quotes. She
Yep.
comes from a very religious family. She herself, she's been for many years. She knows what she's talking about. She studied that Bible. She
Yeah.
knows, and she does come back at them exactly on what things say when people are misinforming things out there. It's very good. She knows the stuff. And
Yeah. Granny's a few years older than me. And until I want to say I can't remember exactly when she deconverted, but I feel like it was 5-ish years ago or somewhere around there, 4-ish years ago. And her husband's still religious.
Right.
She just doesn't go to church with him anymore, and they worked it out between him. And he's not a staunch Bible thumper, so I think that's why they can, just not
But it also
have that
proves
as
the
part of
point.
their
Yeah.
relationship. Yeah.
It also proves the point that people are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. And just because I'm an atheist doesn't mean that I'm going to come at anybody who believes. I'm not. It's their right. And seriously, that
Yeah.
was one of the things that kept me from coming out and saying that I was an atheist,
Yeah.
because of how people come at you for your belief. I mean, I've literally been told I have no morals or integrity. I can't, because I don't believe in God. And I was
Which
like,
is stupid, because you do not need the Bible or God to be a moral
mhm,
person. I am one of
exactly.
the most moral people I have ever met in my life, and I have
Mhm.
never once in my life believed in any form of a higher God being thing,
Mm,
So
yeah.
yeah,
And I
actually,
want to.
I just wanted to say one more thing too. This is how amazing Granny is. Her child came to her and said, "I'm trans," and she absolutely 100% accepted him,
Mhm.
and helping him through every step of the transition and everything. Totally there for. Like she's great. She's amazing.
Well, love is love.
She
That's
is
your
a ball of
child.
love.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she's a
can't,
ball
yeah,
of
love
love.
is love. I can't imagine treating my child different because of their preferences or how they think or believe. Even if my child
Yeah.
wanted to be completely religious, and my family is, I still love my family. All right, because we're
Most
not
of my
pushing it
family
on each
is.
other. Right, we're not pushing it on each other.
Right.
I may be one of the only ones, maybe a black sheep that way, but they don't push it. They don't push it on me. They still love me. I'm not like ostracized or anything like that. And I can't
Right.
imagine, you know, a difference of opinion. The point being, if they're married and one believes and one doesn't, that just shows you that it's possible out here, people, to have a difference of opinion and still get along. There are more things in common than not. If you're focusing on the thing you don't have in common, you're missing out on so much. There's
Yep.
richness and joy out here to be found in association with other people, as long as you're not playing that us versus them bullshit side stuff. There is worth in every human being, and if you don't believe that, you're not a very good human being.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
agree. I
Okay,
agree. I
that's what I'm
agree.
going to say. I'm not saying don't have your morals, don't have your opinions, don't have your boundaries. Those are all good things. But if you're judging people by one thing you don't agree with or an issue and not talking, and they're a bad person because they believe different than you, then perhaps you need to take another look. But people aren't bad based on their beliefs.
Okay, Karen. She said, "Oh my God, a bus driver drove into a daycare. 2 kids passed away, 6 others in a hospital in Montreal. The driver was charged with homicide." I just saw, where did I go? I went somewhere. I don't remember. I think it was on, Discord. Somebody posted on Discord, a bus driver, one of the teenagers got in the truck. I mean, in the bus, leaving school, and saw vodka in his cup holder and said, "You all right, man?" And he said, "I'm straight." And then 2 minutes later, he flipped the bus.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
As soon as they drove out of the school, he flipped it.
Mhm. Yeah, sure. You can send that over to the True Crime Series room in the Discord if you'd like, or you can post it in the chat for the others to read. I'm perfectly fine with that. But you know how I am with the kids, man. I don't know unless there's a legal hook there that I would cover something like that. I get too. It's too hard for me in most cases. Um, but thank you for that. That's terrible. The bus driver is being charged with homicide for it, and he drove into a daycare. I'm curious to see if it was an accident or what, but they must think that he was under the influence or something, or because homicide is with intent. It's not
Yeah, and
manslaughter means no intent. Vehicle manslaughter is a viable charge, right? You drive into
oh,
something and
absolutely.
people die. But when you say homicide, murder, you're talking intent there, and he had to be under the influence or knew what he was doing for
Exactly.
them to make that charge. But
Exactly.
that's really all I wanted, where I want to go with that. Yeah, that's sad. I really do. I really do. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Oh, hmm. Ox
I don't know.
Ox, I
What?
don't blame you for being upset. If Alex Murdaugh only got $7 million bond, then you got 10 million. Like, that's just wrong. That's just wrong. I mean,
Yeah, but
really,
the thing is that motherfucker doesn't have a dime to his name.
you
They
couldn't get out
seized
there.
everything, and nobody's gonna say, "Hey, Alex, I'll let you borrow $7 million after what he
Mhm.
just did."
Exactly. Who the hell is going to be even giving him the $700,000 bond on that, right? Nobody. After
Yeah,
it was proved he stole $792,000, from his friend, Chris Wilson, and the partners that he's friends with. Okay, come on, like really? They're going to say, "Hey, didn't you already steal that? You got enough. You got enough."
yeah,
But
yeah,
but actually, all the civil suits and all of the charges have froze every single one of his assets. He has nothing.
yeah,
Nothing.
yeah, exactly. And that's
To
what
the
I'm saying.
Mhm.
Fucked up every single friendship he had with any anybody that would give a shit or have enough money to even help him. So he ain't going anywhere.
You want to know one of the saddest things I read, and this was just last night, and it's courtesy of you, Beck, and your friend, that I read this little piece of information last night. There's a civil lawsuit of the brother, Randy, trying to sue Alex Murdaugh for the balance of a loan that he gave him, to where he's okay. And in there's an agreement, and in the charges, it comes out that Buster, the son, actually negotiated part of that debt down with some farm equipment and stuff like that to try to dwindle it down. So the balance is only X, and still Alex Murdaugh didn't pay it. Okay. His son is actually trying to help settle some of his father's outlandish debts with his uncle and family members. It kind of made me look at Buster in a different light, like the overwhelmingly pressure on this young man's shoulders right now of everything his father has done and what the community is looking for restitution on, as far as how many lawyers, civil lawsuits, clients, people are all invested in what should be Buster's inheritance here. Buster's way of life is over based on his father's crimes. It's besides the murder. I'm not even speaking of the murder here, but just reading that document into where Buster was negotiating with them, selling some farm equipment, giving it to them in trade for a certain portion of the debt, which they willingly accepted. Okay, because they're trying to find a way to settle this. Okay.
Right.
Wow. And then the balance still doesn't get paid. Like your own brother, your own family. Wow. But anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And,
Now, that does say a lot for Buster, for him to say, this is wrong, we should do something because, these people got screwed over by him and we are the family and we should, stand up and try. And that's amazing. I didn't even know he did that. So that's
that's one of the civil suits. That's one of the civil suits. That's Randy Murdaugh suing Alex Murdaugh directly for a loan that he gave him, more or not. And it does in that paperwork, I can mention it because I'm not in the trial or in front of the jury right now. In that paperwork, the loans were specifically paid for his treatment in rehab at the time.
Lovely.
It's a whole separate case. It's under the civil law case, which thank you very much. I mean, there was little things in there that I didn't have, and that's one of them.
And she's going to add more to it as she goes. Like this, I swear to God, this lady, she's bipolar and OCD, and she just gets her OCD hits, and she has to make everything like neat and perfect, and she, like, if anybody says, "Hey, find this person for me, they screwed me over," that's the person you want to. She is gonna find that. She's like a private investigator at home. The stuff she finds is amazing.
Well, please press on my gratitude for all that she's doing to compile that. That was a wealth of accurate, very well documented information, and it just made it so easy to find. Tell her I found it perfection. Not only was my mouth watering because it's everything. If anybody heard what I've been asking, somebody needs to give me like every single indictment. I can't search 9,000 articles because nobody has the actual indictments except for this young woman. She put them all there. They're all there in order. There's the civil cases versus the actual state cases. And it's very detailed. You can tell she really likes what she does. And I applaud her. And anytime she was like, just please pass on my gratitude. I don't want to out her, but if
I'm doing it right now.
If she would like it known, I would like tell everybody she's fantastic. And I'm so appreciative. I do believe in giving credit where credit is due. And if you're a documenter of the information that helps everybody else and a sharer, not only did she go out of her way to document all this, she's sharing it with people to use it appropriately. And I find that fantastic and it should be applauded. I wish more people would do that. Yeah.
Me too. And it's funny because I mentioned I got to go. I'm going to get some sleep. I'm getting up early to watch the Murdaugh trial with my friend. And she said, I said, she's streaming it. And she said, I'm streaming it. And I thought she was going to say, you should come over and watch mine. Right. That's what I thought. And I said, oh, really? I didn't know that. And she said, yeah. Do you want my Google Docs? And I said, excuse me? She goes, I have it all documented. And she just sent it in the general chat right when she said that and said, there you go. Like
Well,
she didn't mind sharing it at all.
yeah,
Yeah.
if she's streaming it and she wants her channel, like she doesn't mind her channel shouted out, if she gets permission, I would definitely link her because I think that people that are doing good, credible crops, I don't worry about that kind of stuff. If you notice, everywhere I get my information, I link everything down below for everybody to
Yeah.
double check. Anyone, I do not pretend that I am all that in a bag of chips. Anyone could do this if they love it as much as, like, if you have a passion for it, anyone could do it. And I applaud anyone who wants to do it. I am very competitive, as you know, in games, right, Beck? Like when it
Right.
comes to playing duo and games like that, everybody. But when it comes to YouTube, I just want everybody to be fair. I think there's a platform here for anyone who has a voice, anybody who has a passion for getting their interest out there or their opinion about a subject, or if they want good, credible information out. I'm just against the misinformation, the lies, the bullying, and the drama. I'm not for that at all. Okay. But all the other good things about YouTube, I want anybody to be there. And I'll shout everyone out. Even if they do the exact same thing on the exact same day at the exact same time I do it, I still want you to
Yeah.
know about them. I still think
Yeah.
they have a right to do it. And if they're doing it right, I applaud them. Yep.
Yeah. I just actually, I, at the end of that, thanking her, everything you just said, I put into a text. I also asked her for her YouTube info so you can link it
I would,
and give
because
her,
I
give
do
her some
believe she
credit.
deserves some credit for what she's
Yeah.
doing. And
Yeah.
when I tell you I don't have a competitive bone in regards to that, I don't, because when it comes to true crime, the information is all out there for everybody. There's no reason not to share it. Those of us that compile it or whatever, we put it out there. Whenever I get a legal document, I try to share it for everybody that's interested.
Yeah.
I'm working with people with the Manson case that if it wasn't for their detailed watching it like a clock every day, I wouldn't have half the information that I have. I just don't have enough hours in the day. And so
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
absolutely shout all of these people out, especially when I did Depp Heard. We followed a podcast, the Monsters and Myths podcast, Laura Brocca, who now has a channel, and I applaud her coming out and doing it herself. She's awesome. But you know what?
Good.
After she reads that legal document, she makes it available. And so do several
Nice.
of them that have channels now that they're back. Beck, they're back. Ooh,
No shit.
yes. You can stay
Shut
up
the
if you
front
want to
door.
mute. If you
Okay.
want to stay,
Um,
you can stay. You want to stay? Just mute.
okay.
That's all.
Okay, cool.
I mean, it's up
Yeah.
to you. You don't have to. But
Okay.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
All right, Agent Hudak, before we got interrupted there, I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there again. What are your duties at SLED, sir?
In computer crimes, I'm responsible for examining digital evidence, be it cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm evidence custodian.
Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle?
I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use. So I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off for further examination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 444. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, so the property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
Is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
And what else did you remove?
Infotainment module and an OnStar module.
And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items. So,
Yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
okay. And those are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you is let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a printed on that. Center
217-000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out when you removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box? And it looks like you're doing something else there. Just for the
It
record.
appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape. That's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So
Is it able?
I
can you peel it up a little
don't-
bit? If it's not possible, it's not possible.
it does not appear
Okay.
that's coming up.
All right, but did you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444.
It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as the exhibit 445, 445. All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that SLED, property receipts, are those records SLED keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Britt Duff.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. I don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
All right. And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce Exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be marked ID only.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness hearing.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City calls Dwight Falkofske.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you will, please, sir, be seated. State your name and you'll spell your last name. Begin, please.
My name is Dwight Falkofske. Last name spelled Falkofske.
All right, Mr. Falkofske, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I'm an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Well, explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again, put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points so that we can understand it as humans.
And in its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. And the parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 20, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed Digital Evidence Handling. October 2016, Legal Ethics Training. August 2017, CDART mentorship under FE. CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. And also in August 2017, completed the CDAR proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what, do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what were you qualified as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as, what I've told them, I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. We'll go into the types of data would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones that can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools that I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkofske as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
No objection.
He's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right. So let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking, not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do? When you receive a device from a vehicle, first of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be, basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, it shows your music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
Let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access the most vehicles? to your
No.
knowledge?
There is one commercial company called Burla
Mhm.
that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. And let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them, see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you process?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here
And that's on both of those devices?
on both units.
All right. At this time, state would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection.
All right, get it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
We approximately 1 year.
All right. All right. And when you access this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB. And associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Sometimes it doesn't ask. but in most cases it'll ask you, and then at that point, it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right, and you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct?
Yes,
You found some location data, correct?
that's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no. There's not call data.
All right, you found some call data, you found some Bluetooth data. And what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices did you find?
It primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right, but there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay, explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle. And in this case, it was things such as, and one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but
Okay.
Would you say that there was a lot of this vehicle status data that was
Yes,
stored?
this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data and some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say
system.
granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up. The message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up. And then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, a very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car
Okay.
and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you looked for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing process, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle is moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
And so you found a reliable indicator, from your opinion, indicate would be or possibly be moving, correct?
That's
now, all said, what this particular message says, it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
Right. I don't know what year it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of the analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as I'm going to see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original
Okay.
evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided, SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is the our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
there is.
But also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes,
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser.
And
Yes.
what tool did you use to help you prepare that dense report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury. And that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful.
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, state will move to enter. I'm going to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 449, and just describe what that is. To the jury, please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at in testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that? A more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine.
Would it
Of the
be,
state vehicle states.
okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
At this time, state would move Exhibit 449.
No objection. Submitted.
All right. And we talked about call logs, and you found some call logs, correct?
Yes,
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
they were stored within the infotainment system
And where did the system get them?
from an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 446. And let me see if you recognize that document and where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, or just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move exhibit 446.
No objection.
So admit it.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is exhibit 442. And I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban log file excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This sheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're
They're
horizontal,
rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, statement moved to enter exhibit 442.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. Yeah. It's got to boot up. My apologies. Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen, Mr. Falkofske?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, this 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left, it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. And what is that again? Specifically, that date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please, and this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Well, if I can get to. Okay, and I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see?
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right?
Yes,
And binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
in case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems, correct?
Typically, yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What does that mean?
That is the actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system.
That is correct.
And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes,
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
that's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting in the vehicle, turning it on.
Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there.
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or for another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color coded those two lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And why did you color code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right. And it reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right. And looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay. So the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay, so this particular log and maybe some other ones get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
And they don't, if they have the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay, and so let's look down below that, and I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it, on lines 9148 to 9156 at 12:33 and 23 seconds. And I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay, but any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time?
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
p.m.
On what day?
on June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay, and we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up, a startup sequence.
Okay. And then we see another red event at 2103:44, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay. And from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 2104:05, and then a few at 2104:18. Quite a few more at 2104:18, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What, in the aggregate, what is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 2104:18, those ones looked like the system was, but prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay. And so it seems to be starting up around 2104:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 2105:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281 See that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay, and what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right, and I'm gonna do my best and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay,
Or
yeah.
civilian time, excuse me.
I'll try to I'll start processing it that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM
PM
on June 7th?
on June
2021?
7th,
Okay.
2021.
Okay, and then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557. And they have an identical time state of what?
9:06:44.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 PM, and then continuing on through 9:06:49 PM, and quite a few at 9:06:49 PM, and then into 9:06:50 PM. And that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What does that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So as that went through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event. So the car has been turned on.
Okay, so in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 PM?
Yes,
Okay, on June 7th?
yes.
All right, and then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right, and it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay, the vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct? PM?
Correct.
Okay. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp it has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay, and that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find, yes,
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 PM, the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904, 1904. And we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park
Okay. So at what time is that?
at 9:22 and 45 seconds PM.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay, all right. But the vehicle's out of park for that?
It is out of park.
Okay, and that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scroll down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Again, it's the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay, and so, and what time is that, those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM,
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
And
And
what,
then
and what, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
the vehicle goes out of park.
Okay, and then at line, the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay, and what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay, and so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us what the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right, and not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 PM, correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 PM, and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen? You can write it down if you need to. 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at line 61 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park
Okay, at what time?
at 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay, and then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds
Okay,
on June 7th, 2021 PM.
and those are color coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. It's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021
Okay,
PM.
and roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park.
That's correct.
Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on until 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay, 3 to 2, engine run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464. And that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what
What's
are
the
those
question?
times?
Oh, what are the times?
Yeah.
10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
And that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
And then let's go down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:11 and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10:12 and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right. And that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
And we're almost to the end here. Okay. And then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we've talked about for when the vehicle goes back in the park?
No. No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But you do see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you've determined, you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your
correct.
testing. All right. And when you're using your test vehicle, if you took a vehicle, if you took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked through? correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
that's correct.
All right. But, so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes,
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back in the park message?
yes.
You would, okay. All right. Not for a mistake, Ms. Witness.
By the defense. Stand for a moment. All right, back in order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that the manufacturer did?
Yes,
It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the media stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And we didn't have a.
We can. Laptop. Yes.
Is it up?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about, if we can find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903. 903. 2103. Okay. 904. I didn't quite understand, what do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, then state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up, and then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system and what is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment center. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scrolling down here to 906 and 48 seconds, am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49 second. So if you see that there was at one point, there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying, here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor this spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was the 911 call that you.
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. There's pages of this here.
Right, it goes back way outside of sort of the time frame, but that's. Can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks, I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. State has no objection to that. Well, we'll just need a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor, absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
Oh, hey, Vic. Have they bored you to sleep yet?
No, I'm actually listening on my headphones while I'm making breakfast because
What are you having? What are you having?
I just cooked some sausage, eggs, toast, cheese sandwich.
Oh, that is a traditional brekkie around here. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah.
That's
Well,
good
sounds
stuff.
good. Yeah. Everybody was asking in the Discord earlier, what's the or in chats, what's the one food everybody would say that would make you just extremely happy? And I had to say avocado anything. Like avocado
Oh my
with my
God, I
egg,
love avocado.
avocado
I
on my
never even
sandwich. Yeah.
right. I never found avocado. I never ate it until 2010, and now I fucking love it. I mean, oh
You
my
know,
God.
I found avocado like in, I guess, late 90, early 2000, and I've been addicted, literally addicted. I spent the
Yeah.
last 23 years just scoffing up everyone I could find. I even have a chocolate pudding recipe that's just avocado and raw dark cocoa and honey,
Ooh.
and it's
Well,
good.
avocado's really
And
good. It's
Mm.
fatty, but it's a good kind of fat.
It
And
is.
so I use it a lot instead of mayonnaise for sandwiches.
You know what? I
Or
never put mayonnaise on my sandwich. I'm a mayo phobe because it's just not good mayo. Like
oh yeah, because
yeah.
the stuff in the store
Mm.
sucks. I know my
It
mom used to make
does,
her own
real
homemade.
mayo. If you've ever had like real mayo made from scratch, like then you're spoiled, rotten.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I am. And so it all stinks. So I'll use avocado. My favorite is avocado, bacon, and tomato. Yum yum. Like bacon anything. I'm a bacon
Oh well,
girl.
yeah, avocado bacon and tomato is delicious.
Mhm.
But yeah, the other thing I do sometimes is I'll put a little bit of mayo and then kind of mix the avocado in with it on
Mhm.
the sandwich, so it
Mhm.
just spreads easier. But you can't really
Mhm.
taste the mayo; it's all about the
No,
avocado.
it's all about the avocado. And we're purposely not talking about the trial right now because I have no idea what they're objecting to here. Like, this is just the information from the inside. Like, what's going on? It's not really even that bad. He just has to read because there's two copies, a validated copy and the original copy. They just want to make sure they're the same. So he gives the appropriate testimony. But we had to break, and the jury can't be here to hear that. So I don't know. No, it's too easy to make your own mayo if you have a processor than to have the store-bought stuff. But I mean, it's always different. Like when you make your own pizza or you make your own ice cream or you take that
Oh
extra step.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
it's
Well,
totally different.
that's why people are so okay with spending a lot of money at a good restaurant because they make it homemade and then it
Mhm.
actually tastes really effing good.
Yep.
You know?
Mm.
Yeah.
And Kyle's Goldfish, I'm so glad to see you here. I know nobody was really talking about this trial in our circle either. And I was covering it on Monday nights and I was talking to Kim about it because she has a lot of history in the area and we were fascinated for like the last year or so, just on and off. But yeah, it kind of blew up. And it's crazy. I mean, come on, like 99 charges for criminal
Mm-hmm.
misdeeds, 18 indictments, civil suits. Like, you don't even want to know the amount of civil suits. I think I'll come back tomorrow and tell you how many civil suits there are. Let me give it a good count. Like, because we're
Yeah.
serious here. Like,
Yeah,
Creighton
it's
Waters is only
ridiculous.
covering the criminal stuff, and he's got his hands full. He knows all of it, not just this murder. Oh, well, we'll be hearing more about that. There'll be trial after trial after trial on this guy.
All right, Shill. She said, I need to have a nap. My eyes are blurred. I'll be back later. If not, I'll smash you like Alex in duo tonight.
Oh no! Oh no! Don't let Alex steal our duo. Ho ho ho! No! Oh gosh! Don't bring Alex with you, Shill. Please tell Alex.
No, duo is
Alex to
Alex
stay.
3.
Yeah, Alex has to be locked up overnight. They take him away in the sedan in his handcuffs. Every night. Like he needs to go. He's not invited to the game. He's not a
Yeah.
member of the Discord. Yeah, we don't. No. There's no way he's getting in there either.
God, you know what you guys made me want to do? Now I'm going to call my sister and get the recipe for mayo my mom used to use. That's what I'm going to do because I know
You
she freaking
have a
has it.
recipe that your mom used to make? You better get it. Like those are
Yeah,
simple.
actually, my mom did a lot of stuff out of the Betty Crocker cookbook back in the day, the old red
It was in
cookbook
there.
with
It was in there.
and they all fell apart and the front and back fell off of all of them. We still have that cookbook in our family with my
remember
mom's
that.
like notes and
Mhm.
circles and stuff in it. So we
Yeah.
keep it and we kind of pass it around, you know.
My mom gave me like a passed down copy of The Joy of Cooking, which was been
Ah,
around forever, and that thing was like I actually have a collection of cookbooks. I wonder, y'all know my purtons for accents and people from around the world. Who do you think is like one of my favorite chefs? And I have like all of their books signed. Yeah.
right.
Who do you think? I should put up a poll. That would be a good trivia question.
Yeah, do a
I
poll.
wanna. I think no. I'm just gonna ask you to try it. I don't want to put all the names down there. That'll make it easy for you all. I'm not feeling very easy today. I had to sit through all of this. Like, I'm not feeling very easy about it. Y'all need to struggle. But it's actually it is not an American. I'll narrow it down. It is not an American. So there you go. Well,
Always, I want your recipe. Can I have your
Yeah.
mayo recipe? I want to see it. I want to see what it's like.
We have a food room. You should put it. Yeah, share it. Share it if you have it, or if you're not too private about it. Always share it in the food room.
Ooh, you
It's
know what I would
fine.
do if I was making my own?
Yeah.
When I was done making it, I would put avocado in it. So it was pre-avocado mayoed. Well, I guess not in all of it. Not everything likes
Wow.
avocado, but almost everything does.
I think that's I do enjoy avocado. I think it's fatty enough, especially if with something salty like bacon, you know. But I like just plain avocado toast too. I have like a chili garlic salt like a grinder that you get like at Trader Joe's, and it's got like pepper, red
Yep.
chilies, garlic flakes,
Oh.
and salt in it, and you grind it, and I'll put that over it. Or there's something called, and all of you that are Trader Joe's fans here in the United States, they have seasoning called Everything But the Bagel, and it's all the seasoning that's on an everything bagel, like the garlic, the onion, the sesame, the salt, the pepper, like all of
Yep,
that.
I've seen that.
So
Mhm.
you sprinkle that on your avocado toast. Oh, so good. It's like it's really good, you know. Or avocado
I-
and honey. Yeah.
I can't remember what I used to do on my avocado. There was something I used to sprinkle on it that was amazing back in the day, and you made me think of it. I'll have to try to remember, and if I can remember, I'll tell you. But I can't remember what it was right now. But oh my god, so good. Yeah, just salt and pepper on avocado. That's all you need. Salt, pepper, and just eat it.
Yep, that's it. Because it's like perfect food because it's got all the flavor and all the fat. It's like satisfying. Avocado
Yeah.
is like satisfying. Nope, it's not Eric Ripper. Although he's great, it's not him. I think you guys will be surprised. Actually, if you know me, you won't.
Puncher.
Actually, if you know me, you won't be surprised. Yeah, nope. Gordon Ramsay. I'm sorry, Kyle. Nope, it's not Gordon Ramsay either. He's mean, in my opinion. Like, whoo, it's not him either. He's much
He's actually,
better looking.
I've heard he's really nice if you just get him away from the kitchen and being in charge. It's just what
And
he's
that's,
supposed
you
to
know
do
what?
on that
It's
show.
really hard. It's really hard to get a chef out of the kitchen. And chef mentality is a thing. If they're in charge of a kitchen, look out. We're talking drill sergeant, babe.
Oh
and
yeah,
don't
they're
mess up.
like kitchen
Yeah.
gods. That's what they think they are. They think they're kitchen gods.
Nope, it's not Martha Stewart either. Nope. I know, Peter. The bagel is the pot, but I like the seasoning because I don't want to eat all those carbs that much anymore. But I do like to treat myself with a good bagel once in a while. With, of course, I'm from Jersey. Got to put a little schmear on there, just little like cream cheese. I spent the day in the Discord once a little while ago teaching people how to say that from foreign countries. Not my Discord, somebody else's. And they were all from different countries, and they wanted to know how to ask for a bagel with a schmear, Jersey style. It was quite amusing. It was a good afternoon. It was fun. It's the little things, Beck. It's the little things.
It really is. It's all about it.
I should check out Amari Guchon, YouTube for chocolate. Yes, you know who I really like for just the joy of food? Someone who loves food and just shows you how to make it simply and great. Nigella Lawson. If you don't know that name, go check it out. The
Nope.
woman loves her food. And in one of her shows, she always opened up her refrigerator in the middle of the night and grabbed the leftovers and took them to bed with her. Aunt Jer, ding, ding, ding. Jamie Oliver all the way. I'm all about the Naked Chef. That boy, since the day he came out, and he was a boy when he came out, let's be honest, he has trained with professionals and he just keeps his love for simple style. And I tell you, chilies all over the place. And I like him. I like him a lot.
Oh, so he
Yep.
doesn't cook naked then?
Well, he might have. That was his show. Way
Okay.
back when. But he came to New York, and I'll tell you a story about how kind he is. You know how when authors are selling a book, they'll sign that book, right? You know?
Mhm.
Well, here comes Bear, because Bear's got like brass ones. Bear brings all 13 books that she has of his.
Oh my God.
Okay, and I give him the one book and I have the bag there and he can see what's in the bag, like, because I'm carrying this really heavy bag and I'm only 5 foot. So you can see that I'm struggling with this. That's a lot of
I
books.
kind
to
of thought
carry,
you were about
okay?
5 foot.
I'm
Yeah.
5 foot, not and a very large chested. So these books are tipping me over too. I can tell you that. I'm struggling. I am struggling to carry these books up there. He sees all this. He says, "What's in the bag?" I said, "Well, it's like the other books." And he goes like, "All right, lay them out. Lay them out quick before my assistant gets back." And I laid them all out and he
Oh
signs
shit,
every
so you
one,
would get in
right?
trouble.
No, yeah. And then better than that, he goes, "My wife's in the coffee shop. You like coffee?" I could tell because I was wearing my Rook t-shirt that was bright with the coffee,
Mhm.
and I had coffee or death on, and so he sent me over there to talk to his wife. He's so cool. Yeah, he's a fan.
Really? Aw.
Yeah, but I loved him before that. I actually loved him to death before that.
Oh, here we go.
You bring the jury.
We're just copying a little bit of data. So we'll need maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
We're going to bring the jury and let them watch you do that.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm laughing out loud at that one.
Damn it, I was chewing and I missed it.
He actually said, "All right, you need more time? Well, hell, we'll just leave them." He didn't say, "Oh, hell, I did." He said, "We're going to let the jury back and they can watch you do that." I was like, "Yeah, you ain't messing with his time frame. No, no, no." I'm all. Judge Newman is awesome. And they muted us while they come in again. See that?
He really is. He's fucking great. I
Mhm.
love him. And you know what I really love, just because of the switch of roles? I love the fact that all these white guys have to listen to that black judge in the South. I freaking love it. I think it's great, and I think that this good old boy on this over here sitting at the table that's about to get thrown in jail, like that
Oh.
that black guy is freaking has his life in his hands right now, and I freaking love it. Sorry, I'm an asshole.
Oh, God.
What are they doing? Confirming stuff with him? And why aren't they discussing it in front of the jury? I don't know what's going on.
Okay, there were two versions of his report. One he had to get verified, and now they're just making sure that they're both the reports that they have. Somebody has something
Okay.
on a report that the other one doesn't for some reason. There might be a page
Oh,
that got wrinkled or not copied properly or something like that. And so they don't want to be talking from one report to the other when asking questions about specific things in it.
right. They're trying to figure out
Yeah.
the specifics so
Mhm.
they can just give the details when the jury comes back in, right?
Mhm.
Okay, I can dig it.
People fail to realize how important it is. The girl you give something to make the 5 exact copies of, she better be good because like that's what they're going by. And this is the kind
Oh,
of stuff
absolutely.
that happens. If one little paper clip is out of the place, one staple, you got 2 pages of one thing instead of like 1 and 2, you got 2 and 2.
Yeah,
Everything goes to
exactly.
heck.
Yeah, that paralegal will get their ass reamed, and if they do it again, they will be gone.
Gone.
Yep, because there's 5 million paralegals out there.
To recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, there you go.
Oh, he
Look
called?
at that, an hour early based on, he just called them out because he's like, we're not doing this. Like you could see he's annoyed. He's annoyed.
Yeah,
There's
oh
a
yeah, he
point of,
is.
it's apparently not just about the document. Now they're making it more because that's Phillip Barber. That is the witness. That is Creighton. That is John Conrad. They're all looking at the papers and that like something went off and he's got no patience for it. None at all. He's dismissing the jury, but that doesn't, they're all standing there, which means I think we're going to have matters of law. You know how I drool over that. Let's hope there's at least some matters of law for us here. Yeah, they're not going to present the rest of the witness testimony.
No, I don't blame him for cutting. I mean, they have run 30 minutes over several days out of this trial. And so for him to cut it off 25 minutes early, I don't think that's a big deal. And I know he's
I don't really
irritated
think
because
it
he
is.
lost 2 hours or
Yeah.
what, an hour and a half or whatever because of the bomb threat. Now these
Mhm.
guys are fucking with him,
And
not
it
making him
doesn't
very
look like
happy.
it was anything that they were like, look, everybody's looking at it. Everybody's looking at everything, but are they packing up? No, they're talking. Is there going to be a matter of law? I don't know, but Murdaugh is packing up. But then again, like they come get him quick. Look at all the files he has with him. Did they,
Yeah,
Liam?
his
Tell me
notes and
what.
stuff. He's trying to lawyer his own shit is what he's doing. He's probably driving those guys nuts.
I can't imagine having a lawyer as a client. It's like having a doctor as a patient. Like there's, I know, right? Here we go, Anna. Liam, what do you think? They done messed up. How did they mess up? What did I miss? Because I didn't see that they said anything except for they were talking about 2 different forms.
Right.
Hey, no problem, dog. I'm just glad to see you back. We were all wondering how you were doing. I'm glad everything's, that you're around. Don't worry about that.
Oh, dog.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you, I have been trying to keep track of this guy for months and I've seen him randomly in the hospital. I am so glad you're home. I'm glad you feel better, even if, you ended up with paraplegia. If that's making you mentally better, buddy, then I'm happy for you. And, using a wheelchair doesn't mean your life's over. So I know plenty of
No,
people that are in
it
wheelchairs, have
doesn't.
arm crutches, they barely move, and
That's
they have a
right.
better life than I do. So,
Whatever
yeah,
whatever keeps you out there and doing, you do it. Because sometimes the wheelchair is just extending things. Like people, you don't want to overuse, you don't want to hurt yourself. Sometimes it's a matter of safety. You do it, and don't let anybody judge you for it too. Yeah,
that's right.
absolutely.
You do you, buddy.
However you can get out there and do what you need to do, you do it. I mean, it's just a mobility thing. And don't you worry about that other thing because that's not what it's about for me. You being here in the chat, that means everything. And I'll tell you
Yeah,
that
we
from
love
my
your
heart.
heart and your brain, buddy. We don't care
Yeah,
what your legs
we
look
don't
like.
care. That's right.
We love you.
No, I like that. Hey, you know what, Beck? You know what happened to the rest of the trial this afternoon? Alex
What?
stole it.
Hashtag damn it, Alex.
You're gonna get so sick of me saying that. Hey, damn it! You can say it every time you can, or just damn it, bear, because people are gonna get sick of me saying that one. I'm gonna be saying that for months.
I know, it's
Alex
so
stole
funny,
it.
though. It's so
It's
funny.
so good. Ah, see, like you didn't even see
Maybe
it
by
coming.
Monday we'll be over it. We'll have something. We'll probably just have something new by tomorrow.
Oh,
to
I
pick
know.
on the
They're all
dumbass
gonna be
about.
over it, and I'll still be saying it. That's what I mean. I'm gonna be driving people crazy with it. I think it's so damn funny. Alex stole it.
Yeah.
And Granny and I were up here, and everything was like, "Yup, Alex stole it." Alex stole the perfect punchline for a lot of things. A lot of things, Lee.
Hashtag
Yeah,
Alex.
yeah,
Hashtag damn it, Alex. Hashtag Alex stole it. Hashtag Alex stole the bomb. Hashtag there's been lots of the spinal
Wow.
unit. Dog, Beck. The spinal unit had better internet than the original hospital I could stream from. Muslimism restricted all outside contact. Fact.
Wow.
Oh,
That's true.
weird.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrible.
Well, I'm
Wow.
glad the spinal unit was better for you, buddy.
Yeah. He's carrying the files so they can't cuff him. They do cuff him when he goes out there before he gets in that van. And if you notice, when he arrives every day, Turtle moves, and everybody else in the chat everywhere, when he arrives, he has a coat over it so you don't see that he's handcuffed. Like he's very
Yeah.
particular that they don't see it. They protect that. But he is handcuffed until he gets inside. Then they take them off, and he has an officer right there. Like he has to. It's not like he doesn't get that much special privilege or anything. I
No,
mean,
they just
I
take it off during the trial to
Mhm.
not sway the jury one way or the other
Right.
because it's
And
just
that
a
had to
mental
be done
fuck.
by motion. Okay, they do that by motion. They motion for
Oh.
him not to be shackled and not to have one of those devices on. They did. That was part of the pre-trial thing that goes on back and forth, because he is a flight risk. He owes millions of dollars everywhere. I know. Mm.
Hashtag
Okay.
dark 30 Tinsley. Hashtag talk to me gun. Always.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Liam says, here's the thing. Here's how the defense messed up. And this could be big. I think they brought an unverified version of the document, and it cannot be made to match the one which the prosecution has. Because remember, they did verify the document before he got on the witness stand. They said that was the delay, correct?
Yep.
I heard that in testimony. And then Liam says, notice that the witness also brought a highly abbreviated version to remove the hundreds of filter lines, which was also verified to be just an abbreviated version using certain software to remove certain things. Like every
Right.
time something was of anything significant,
Yep.
Dark 30 Tinsley, talk to me, Gunn. These are all the hashtags always says going around out there. I like them. I have to watch that movie now. What is it? Dark 30.
Dark 030.
Dark 030, right. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But anyway, it looks like we're off until the morning. They're going to be back. You're welcome to join me in the morning too if you want. If you're up anytime. But do you have any last thoughts on the trial today? Anybody in the chat? Beck, what do you think?
I mean, it was a lot of data is what it was today, minus the bomb threat. A lot of data. No, but this is good because this is showing all the times the car started and everything. So it's proving where, like the 15-minute drive, then parked for 20 minutes, then 15-minute drive. Like obviously he was at his mom's house between 20 and 25 minutes. So the 45 minutes was totally fucking wrong. The caregiver was off by 5-ish minutes, but that's not bad considering she wasn't staring at the clock the entire time.
Exactly.
Because
She's supposed
she
to be
did,
taking
besides
care of
him
mom.
being there besides him being there at a weird hour, nothing strange to her, so at the time. And then 15 minutes back home. So we have the exact time frame he was at his mother's now. They can prove it.
Yes. Right. Well, that's a good thing if they wanted to prove it. But that's what I was saying. What are they getting at? They're trying to prove that it started, that he was other places on the way, I think. All those thoughts. Like, what are they thinking he was doing?
Yeah, see, that's the thing too,
And where's the
exactly.
GPS that would say where he was? Like, did Alex steal it? Where's the GPS?
He probably deleted it.
Yeah,
like the
because
phone
like
calls.
they got the OnStar and they got the entertainment system, but where's the GPS that would say, okay, like this is where the car was when they
Well, but they probably
when-
just haven't
when
got
the
to
car-
that yet. They're talking about the infotainment data right now, not the OnStar. The OnStar's a separate module.
OnStar has if it's on, has a tracking device that could say exactly where you are at
Oh
all
yeah,
times.
no, I'm saying
Because
that's
that's
going
the
through the
selling
other
point.
data.
When you have an accident, you just call them and say, send help, and they know exactly where
Right.
you are.
Right, but that's a separate module. So they're going through the first module, then they're going to go to the OnStar module and go through all that data.
Are you telling me
So
we actually might have something to look forward to tomorrow? Ooh.
yes, I think so. I think that that OnStar. I mean, I have OnStar on my vehicle. Okay, I don't even pay for the service, and it still sends me a monthly. this is the maintenance stuff going on with your truck email.
Oh
Even
yeah,
though I don't
right?
pay for it.
Yeah. And because
Alex
that's all
stole the
about it. Excellent. Vermilion. Good morning, Vermilion. We're just about out of here. They actually ended early. We've had a bomb scare while you were sleeping this morning. And we had a bomb scare. And then we came back to court. Now we have an annoyed judge because apparently the lawyers don't know what they're doing right now as far as the evidence. And he's a bit. I can't wait to hear what he has to say in the morning because he gets a little when you mess with his courtroom. And he wasn't going to let the jury have to put up with that. But Alex stole the satellite. Yeah, I believe it.
Oh yeah.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, so I think that OnStar module, I wish they would have started with that one. Ugh.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
that
they're just
OnStar
like,
module is going to be the nail in the coffin, in the proverbial coffin. Yeah.
yes. Okay, so since it's early, I'll give you all at least have 10 minutes, right? You got 10 minutes. So when you come tomorrow morning, bring your best point of the trial so far, your best part. I just want to know what your focus is on. What do you think was the best thing that happened so far? Whether pro or con, defense or prosecution, you're allowed to say whatever you want. But what really sticks out to you the most in your head, the most? Because that's homework, and I want to talk to you about it in the morning because I'm going to let everybody go because I'm looking forward to taking a freaking nap before games tonight. Wouldn't that be lovely? Yeah.
I know. I'm so freaking tired. My sleep has just been jacked lately.
And I want to
It's
thank
ridiculous.
Brilliant and MC Wrecker, who both had to put up with me panicking last night because as I got off the stream, you know how bad the stream was yesterday? Well, things got really, really worse. I had no sound, no audio, no way to
What?
stream after I created my stream last night for like 6 hours. And to the two men who happen to be in my life right now that actually will put up with me for more than 5 seconds while I have a panic attack, I thank you both because you actually, both of you came from different angles of it, fixed it all up. And more than not, you were just there for me just to even say, yo, I got a problem and I don't know what to do about it. So thank you both because you saved this stream. You did.
I will say to anyone out there, if you ever are trying to stream or get on something and you don't have audio, your mic isn't working, whatever, kill all your tabs in your computer and restart it. Because a lot of times another website will grab the audio and stuff.
Yes.
The control of it, and then you lose control on the other another website or another tab.
This
I
is
have
what
had
I'm
that.
learning.
I panicked like crazy one time because of that. And I panicked. I was 30 minutes late starting. I didn't know what to do. And then Critical Cripple was like, restart your computer. It's probably another website grabbed your shit. I restarted and it worked fine. So I always, first thing I do is I kill all the tabs and I restart my computer.
That's one of the first things we take. And unfortunately, my problem was a little more involved because it was a resource problem. One of the things that also happens if you have too many things using your resources, one of the first things that cuts out to save is your audio and all this other stuff, directional and drivers, making sure your drivers are updated for the equipment and everything that you're using.
Oh yeah, I forget to do that too. Yeah.
So we were looking at things like that. Also, just looking at different kinds of browsers to use. One of my issues is that StreamYards is browser based, so it really depends heavily on the browser that you're using and how much resources the browser itself uses. Because StreamYards is a huge resource grabber. Look at all the things it can do. It can pull in multiple people and stream from anywhere to anything. It is a big resource taker. So like you got to be careful with that. But I like the ease of it. until I go
Yeah.
OBS, until I actually learn enough about OBS to be comfortable. I'm in the
Yeah,
process.
OBS
Yeah.
is a lot to learn for me because I don't know anything about computers in
I
general.
have
you know.
great instructors. I have some of the best out there. I'm not going to mention your names, but you know who I'm talking about. And they actually are helping me step by step, but I just don't have the time to apply myself the way I want to right now. But I'm
Yeah.
getting there. And I want like a bigger system because I'm looking at like, you see how on the shills I got my avatar, it actually talks now. My mouth moves and you can see my
Yeah, I know,
eyebrows.
it's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when I'm snorting, the only problem with that is it picks up everything. So when I'm like trying not to talk, but I'm snorting because I'm laughing, I'm trying to hold it back. You can tell because my avatar starts flapping its gums. It throws me under the bus. Like I'm like, damn, like I can't even keep it quiet when I'm like, yeah, right, sure, and I'm laughing about something. I get called out now, but I'm
Yeah.
looking at things. People are sending me 3D avatars. It's the coolest technology I've ever seen out there.
Yeah.
They're making stuff, and it's like it's amazing. Can you imagine
I
if
mean-
I was out here with a 3D avatar that could be Jersey? Like, can you imagine the hand movements alone are gonna put people in shock? like
Jersey, New York, and Italians. It's all about the freaking hand movement.
It's gonna be all over it's gonna be all over the place, and then there'll be no doubt where I'm from. Like that's gonna squash everything. They're gonna be like, yeah,
right.
There's no way. This shit could be anything but, because of yeah.
Honestly, I would have been using OBS, but I've just because I don't live in town here and I live on the outskirts, the internet just isn't good enough to stream like that with OBS. I can't do it. My computer can barely handle it. Actually my computer can't handle it. So I need a bigger system in order to run OBS because I'm just running off a laptop. A 15-inch laptop.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I ran my channel for a year and a half off a Chromebook with not even any data storage. Like I had to buy drive storage and stuff for it. I had a separate drive to store everything on because you can't even download an application on a Chromebook. It's all just click and go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Chromebooks are just I mean they're for kids for schoolwork, really.
Yeah, they are. Well, I ran my channel off of one for a year and a half, and they called it the potato. Everybody calls it the potato because it did start to have issues at the end after a year and a half. I worked that thing to death, but actually, I was surprised I got the kind of content I did out with it. Like,
off of that. Yeah, no, you've done great
off a
with
Chromebook. Not that I'm looking to pat myself on the back, just that I survived. Just that I was a survivor because it was not easy. Every day was something, something out there. It did teach me not to panic about tech problems and not to panic about streams. Like it will survive. There are some glitches in yesterday's stream, but for 8 hours, the bulk of it is all digestible. The chat is worth saving. The conversations are worth continuing. So I'm just letting it be. I know it's not time stamped yet. And that was like me telling you about my tech issue was kind of like the reason that it's not time stamped yet, because like I was really having some difficulties. So I'm going to time stamp both of these, after I get up for games tonight. But on that, Beck, everybody, I think we call it a night and see y'all in the morning. What do you think?
Yeah, everybody get a break.
Yeah.
Get out of here a little early and see everybody bright and early in the morning.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Here comes the uncomfortable part, because there's people in the chat that are going to get at me. I got to do the YouTube thing. So don't forget to like, share, comment, do all that stuff. If you like, you guys like hanging out here. So share it with somebody else who wants to come talk about this kind of stuff, or just like and share just so it stays around. Algorithm is a thing and getting in it isn't easy. Okay. We need engagement. So even though you talk to me all day, why don't you go harass me on the back of my channel? Like nobody does that. Nobody comes and calls. Nobody sends me any comments or information back there. Well, I shouldn't say nobody. A few of you do. But yeah, if you got something interesting about this trial, anything I'm covering, and there's like 20 different cases out there, drop me a line. You know where I am. I'd like it on the back of the videos because it'll be a twofer, information from me and also for YouTube. But if you want it private, send me a DM. I love talking to you guys about this stuff. I want to know what you think too.
Great.
That's why I do it. It's fun for me. It's a hell of fun to share what I like to do every day with a whole bunch of people is like a great thing. So
absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. So on that,
Right.
with the YouTube things, do that. And if you want in that Discord, because tonight is games night, and I got to tell you, it's hella fun. It's hella fun. Not that I'm promoting that you have to join my channel, but that is one of the ways to get in. You have to be a member of the YouTube channel and or a Patreon, and all of that information is in the description on every video on the back of my about channel. And also it gets dropped occasionally from Shill will drop it.
Yeah.
But join that way if you want to get in there. Also, being a creative collaborator, if you want to talk about something, I've got several vehicles for you to do it. I've got things like the Am I the Asshole, that you can come and just talk about the Reddit and bring things and just discuss it in open panel. It is kind of fun. I also do serious library chats on multiple different subjects, especially the difficult ones that nobody wants to put the black and white out about. I'm not afraid
Yeah.
of that. I
Yep.
talk about just about any of it. I'm not afraid to be judged, because let's be honest, people, I'm not a very popular bear. I get judged anyway. I might as well say what I want and think what I want and bring you the kind of discussions that you want to hear. I mean, what are they going to do? They're just going to complain anyway about me. They might as well have
Yeah,
something to
fuck 'em.
complain about.
I don't.
I mean, hey, I feel like I'm giving the gossip community their just due when I give them plenty of fucking shit to talk about. Like, hey,
Yeah, you know, about
Yeah.
a year and a half ago on my channel, people were like, you know, because people always got to say some shit, you
Mhm,
know, make
mhm,
comments, snarky
mhm,
shit, everything.
mhm.
And so finally, I just went off one night and I told everybody, if you don't like it, get the fuck off my channel. I don't
Mhm.
care. This is
Yeah.
my channel. I can do whatever I want with it. And if you leave, other people will come. I am not worried about it. And you know what
That's right.
happened that night? Not one person left, but they changed their fucking attitude and realized I wasn't going to take their shit anymore. So
I like this. You so like Kyle's Goldfish just says like and share and call clear names because you have the invite, guys. Exactly. They're
there
gonna
you
do
go.
it anyway. They're gonna do it anyway. So why not? Like, hey, you know, if it's engagement, just do it on the back of the YouTube video so that like I get some engagement. I don't care. Like, I really don't.
There you go.
It's really kind of funny, but I'm serious about the conversations there. We're going to be talking about education soon in the United States and what's happening with that. That is like a hot topic. We're already talking about like the documents and all of this stuff. I've got the culture conversations coming out about Christian nationalism, specifically a 3-part series on that I'm working on behind the scenes. And just this weekend, if everything goes right, we're going to actually have a conversation with someone with a little more psychological information than I have because they work in the field about why anyone would kill their family. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
I mean,
Yeah.
I've been mad at my family before and I've wanted to punch people, but never have I ever got to even the thought of I would want to kill someone, never
Yes,
mind my family.
but people
Like,
often
fuck.
get there and they get there for different reasons. And I think that's a really good conversation to have, especially with this trial going on, because many times, myself included, Mandy, a few others who are parents, we're like, we can't see him crossing that line. Like, as bad as he is about all this other stuff, how do you get there? Like, show it to us, tell us about it. And that's why I want to have the conversation, because it does.
Oh,
that.
the other thing I find interesting too is the fact that him and Paul were buddies, right? Alex and Paul were
Mhm.
buddies,
Mhm.
but not Buster. Buster was more like his mom.
Mhm.
And now here is Buster trying to pay people back and make things right. You know,
He is
so that
towing the
kind of tells
family
me
line.
a little bit about the character of Maggie, because he's so much like Maggie and Paul's so much like Alex. And look at Paul forgetting stuff, leaving stuff,
Mhm.
unorganized, blah blah
Unorganized.
blah. And he's
But
like
charming,
that.
friendly. Everybody has nice things to say about him.
Same thing
Lovable,
as
wonderful kid.
Alex.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Right. And
Exactly.
here's the other thing about Buster, because he's the oldest. Remember where they are. There's such a thing of family tradition. There's such a thing of the weight of the oldest, the carrying of the family line, and you
Absolutely.
are responsible. They are being treated differently. And that's not uncommon as the oldest to be treated that way, and then the second or third children to be the favorites and the fun ones, you know?
Right. Yeah.
It seems to be like Buster was all serious. Buster's in law school. I mean, you know, he's had some trouble, but
Well,
he's in law school.
he was,
Yeah.
and they're trying to get him back in, but
Yeah. Yeah, and there is a great article. We dropped it in the chat from Fitz News. I had dropped you information on Buster before, but yeah, it's an interesting story. I mean, Buster has his own interesting story. It's not as dramatic at all these murders and financial crimes, but it's part of the story that you should be familiar with. But
Yeah.
on that, oh, I can't wait to talk to y'all. Don't forget homework. I want to know what sticks out. That's you too, Beck. I want to know
Yes, ma'am.
sticks out the most. What in regards to this trial, don't everybody run with that one. I'm talking about the trial, okay? Just what happened in the trial, not everything else we hear in the media, but just
Yeah.
right now, what's
Trial
going on in
info.
the trial, all the trial stuff, okay? But on that, yeah, it's intro time. It's almost 5. That's a long day. Thank you, Beck, for joining me. Thank you to
Of course.
Godless Granny. I'm gonna put both of their links down there in the chat. You just click on their name, it'll go right to their YouTube channel. Give them both a sub. They're both quite entertaining. And
Thanks.
and I am so appreciative to have you both here to help me talk about these today. Because
Oh,
what
I
a
love it.
day.
I honestly, I feel privileged to be here because I love discussing this stuff. It's really something I was sucked into years ago, and I kind of got out of it because no one else I knew was interested in it.
Mhm.
So I'm really glad to find a group that digs it and I can hang out with. And
You know what we
everything, and-
kind of do? We have so many different people in our Discord and everything, but the majority of them are all about it. They're all about like the true crime and stuff. As you see, the people in the chat, they love to talk about it, and that's how I found so many of them. I was glad. I knew you before. I didn't know, and we were shills and stuff, but I did not
Yeah.
know that you like true crime. That's like when somebody finally finds out, they're like, "You too? Oh, great!" I have met so
Right?
many people that way, and
Right.
it's just when you get a passion for it, you get a passion for it.
And I have one more thing I'm going to say.
Mhm.
Everybody in the chat that I have met recently has been amazing and wonderful and welcoming to me. And, everybody's like really cool here and everybody just loves everybody. And I just love being in a positive environment like this. So I did want to
Mhm.
thank the chat for being
Yeah.
awesome people and just being good people. It's refreshing. It's very
Mhm.
refreshing.
I thank you for saying that because we really cultivate that there in the chat. Everybody's allowed to say what they want as long as they're not hurting anybody. All opinions are valid. Just
Right.
don't go for each other. No personal insults. Try not to bring other creators into it. I don't like bashing other creators in my chat. I don't allow that. My mods
Yeah.
all know that. But I'm glad you're comfortable, Beck. That means a lot to me. And thank you
Yeah, no, I
everybody in the
really am.
chat for supporting that and reveling
Yes.
in that and being that. Like, thank you all. I tell you every day, thank you for how you add to the conversation and how you make this more fun. And you absolutely do. And
Yep.
that's awesome, Beck, that you said that. I hope you feel like that also in the Discord because everybody loves you over there too.
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah.
no, absolutely. You
And
guys are all great. You
and
have
that
you have
you
you have a good group
yeah.
of people.
No, and I am very proud that you're up here with me, and now you're part of what I call the library, the
Oh,
collaborative creators that we all try to get together and help each other. And if there's ever anything I could do for you, you let me know. Because I'm
same back
really
at you,
happy
Bear.
to have you here. So on
Same.
that, let's go stop being gushy. Go take a nap before games so we can beat each other up at duo, okay? Like, because I love
Yes,
you
ma'am.
means something else in duo. Like I've been told this repeatedly. Like they tell me I love you right before they smack the hell out of me with those cards.
Double your cards.
Yeah, triple them. They were all at me the other day. They're like, "Oh, you're having a bad day, Bear? Here, bump, 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 bump." Feel well, yes, actually, I do. Thank you. Okay, but it is fun. It is fun.
Everybody
All right.
take care.
Yep.
Peace out.
Everybody have a good one. Peace out, people.